2 minutes to air, 1 minute to the live stream. One minute to air. The live stream has started.
It's not in my nature. I'll make that announcement early.
Good evening. Welcome to the Durham Planning Commission. The members of the Durham Planning Commission are appointed by City Council and the County Board of Commissioners to make recommendations to the elected officials. We emphasize that the elected officials have the final say on any issue before us tonight. While this meeting is being conducted in person, it is also accessible using the Zoom virtual meeting platform. In the virtual meeting platform, public participants do not have the ability to talk or be seen by video by default. In order to maintain meeting decorum and a discernible record of the meeting, the chat function has been disabled. For those attending in person, if you plan to speak on an agenda item tonight, please go to the table to my left and sign up to speak. When speaking, please state your name and your address clearly when you come to the podium. Please speak directly into the microphone. If you are attending the meeting virtually, you will be given the ability to speak at the appropriate time. If you have pre-registered, your name will be called so you can make your comments just like an in-person public hearing. You may also call in during the meeting tonight by dialing 1-301-715-8592. If you call in during the meeting, you will need to wait until the particular public hearing you are interested in starts. After all the pre-registered speakers have shared their comments, I will ask if there is anyone else who wishes to speak. At that point, you will need to digitally raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. And when recognized, please state your name and address before making your comments. Tonight, the applicant has a total of 10 minutes for a presentation. After that, each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Commissioners, as a reminder, after the public hearing is closed, you obtain the floor by being recognized by the chair. The time to make all public comments is before motions are made. Once a motion is on the floor, any further discussion regarding that motion must come after a second. All motions are stated in the affirmative, so if a motion fails or ties, The recommendation is for denial. Commissioners, if a commissioner has already spoken on the subject, I ask that you not repeat those topics, bring up a new topic you want to speak on, and let's limit our comments tonight. We kind of have a full agenda. Finally, I ask that everyone here, the commission members, the staff, and the public, conduct themselves in a courteous and respectful manner. If someone fails to act in that manner, the chair will ask the offending person or persons to leave the meeting until such time they regain personal control. If decorum fails to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until a genuine commitment to act respectful and courtesy is observed. Thank you. May we have the roll call, please?
Chair Cameron.
Here.
Vice Chair Shigaris has an excused absence. Commissioner Cutright.
Here.
Commissioner Graves-Manns.
Here.
Commissioner Durham.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner McIver has requested an excused absence. Commissioner Cease.
Here.
Commissioner Trapp has requested an excused absence. Commissioner Valentine.
Here.
Commissioner Williams has requested an excused absence. Commissioner Woke.
Here.
And Commissioner Young.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Planning Commission Chair. Cameron, staff would like to move TC 23-0003 Teer Quarry text amendment to the third item on the agenda. The way the rules of procedure state is that zoning map changes have to go first and then text amendments second. However, the text amendment really needs to be heard first and the zoning map change second, and they're really a consolidated item.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have, let me get closer to the mic, trying to find a pen that works here. We have two new planning commissioners today. I'd like to welcome Edward Johnson of the Triangle Township and Carrie Woke of Oak Grove Township. Would you please introduce yourselves? Would you like to go first?
My name's Carrie Woke. I live in Durham. I'm not sure what other information.
How you would like to participate on the commission, why you joined, or any other professional things you want to tell us?
Sure. I work at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences in downtown Raleigh, but I live in Durham County. I joined the commission because I feel passionately about some of the development that we're seeing and want to be part of the process for how that gets approved.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. My name is Ed Johnson. I'm a former federal executive, about 40 years of federal service. I've lived in Durham since 2018. I'm currently an independent consultant supporting different entities across the country, and I'm pleased to join the Planning Commission. I think it has important business to the fabric of Durham overall. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to the next item with the approval of the minutes and consistency statements. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes and consistency statements from our last meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to approve the minutes and consistency statement. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, we are moving on to the first case, Z2300006 Aura 751. Aura.
Thank you, Chair Cameron. Andy Lester with the Planning Department. This is a zoning map change case Z2300006 Aura 751. I can state for the record that all properties within 600 feet, as shown in this map, were mailed a notice of this public hearing on October 24th, 2023. In addition, a sign was posted on site on October 23, 2023. Affidavits are on file with the Planning Department. The site is located at 8116 NC 751 Highway and 102 Wayfield Avenue, totaling 11.19 acres. The request is to change this zoning from residential rural to planned development residential, 30.594 to allow for up to 350 multifamily units. The place type is mixed residential neighborhood, and the proposed zoning is consistent with the place type. And the site is located within the MTC overlay and the FJB watershed protection overlay. The existing zoning is residential rural. The site is surrounded by residential rural, RS10, and PDR. The aerial map shows the general location of the project. To the east are undeveloped federal lands. To the north and east is the Eagles Point single-family subdivision. And to the south are single-family residences. The development plan indicates 2 access points consisting of 2 private driveway entrances along 751. Minimum open space and tree coverage are proposed. Impervious surface is limited to 70%, meeting the maximum allowed under the FJB watershed protection overlay. The development plan indicates the building and parking envelope within the natural area. Some notable commitments with this development plan includes 3% income restricted units at 80% AMI for a total of 20-year period, a 60-foot primary building setback, outdoor site lighting limitations, and additional stormwater control measures. A neighborhood meeting was held on November 1st, 2022 with 18 community members in attendance. A second neighborhood meeting was held on June 27th, 2023 with 17 community members in attendance. The proposal is consistent. Staff has determined that this proposal is consistent with the place type designation of mixed residential neighborhood. The staff and the applicant are here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the chair is opening the public hearing. The applicant would like to present their project.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. I have a number of members of our development team here as well to answer any questions you may have. We have Ryan Stewart with Trinsic Residential, Earl Llewellyn, Chloe Arnold, and Jordan Brewer with Kimley Horn, and then Marie Farmer with my firm as well. So this is the Aura 751 rezoning and annexation. And so the site and surrounding area, for context, I think the immediate area is an important consideration with this rezoning request. So we've got 2 parcels, just under 12 acres. We are in the county's jurisdiction, but would be annexing. But when you look at this slide, what I think stands out here is that we're on 751, right near the interchange with I-40. Then you have the South Point Mall and all the surrounding major commercial development in this area, with another highway interchange at Fayetteville Road and I-40. So dense commercial uses. What's a little bit odd about the developed land use pattern in the area is that then you have a lot of single-family residential and some townhomes, but not a lot of multifamily in the area. This is addressed through the city's place type map, which has designated this site as a mixed residential neighborhood. And as the Planning Commission may be aware, that calls for a mix of residential types. So what this designation looks for is you want a mix of single family homes, townhomes, and apartments all within one community. And so when we look back at the surrounding area, we have the single family homes and we have the townhomes. We don't have the apartments in this area. And you want in your apartments, you want your residential density in close proximity to your commercial uses and to your highway interchanges so that you can get them out and onto the highway as soon as possible. So looking at the zoning, current zoning is rural residential, and we are proposing a planned development residential district, 30.5, so roughly 30.5 units per acre. And with that, address the annexation. With that are a number of commitments that go to address concerns we heard from staff, concerns we've heard from neighbors throughout this process. But looking at the development plan submitted with this rezoning, we do have 2 proposed access points onto 751, with the main access point and full movement that being the southern of the 2 or the lower of the 2 on your slide. A minimum of 2.29 acres of tree preservation included. Based on feedback from neighbors that we heard at our second neighborhood meeting, we did have an extra one. We had moved buildings to have a minimum 60-foot setback around that entire perimeter, recognizing that we do have adjacent single-family homes. There's a 10-foot multi-use path along the property's 751 frontage to allow for bicycles and pedestrians, and then an additional 30-foot of right-of-ways being dedicated, as shown on this plan, for future widening along 751. Some of those key text commitments that were highlighted by staff already, a maximum of 350 units would be developed here, a minimum of 4 floors. That minimum of 4 floors confirms that this is mid-rise development, actually a lower traffic generator than some of the other apartment heights. As you get lower, you actually expect more traffic. So having the more dense, taller stories addresses traffic concerns with the site. We talked about tree preservation. We do have enhanced stormwater controls, recognizing some of the environmental areas to the west of us. We control for the 1, 2, and 10-year storms. We're controlling to make sure that we don't exceed 90% of the pre-development runoff rate. And then for the 100-year storm, it would be 100% of that. Affordability is a key commitment of this project, so rather than commit to some sort of a donation, we're including units within this project. So the commitment is 3% of units at 80% AMI, and that time frame is for 20 years. So at full build out, if we reach that maximum 350 units, that's 11 households that would have this protection for 20 years. And then I touched on this already, but in response to that feedback, when we had our second neighborhood meeting, we tried to define those property boundaries a little better. We pulled the setbacks back, so the minimum building setback is 60 feet on all sides. And then we had outdoor lighting commitments geared towards that neighborhood to the north. Some folks expressed concerns about parking lot lights shining in their yards and in their neighborhoods, so we added those commitments. Consistent with a number of policies, as the staff report found, consistent with more policies than we're inconsistent with. And then we do believe that it's appropriate to recommend approval with this rezoning. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan. As staff pointed out, we're consistent with the place type map. We are compatible with the surrounding area and have added conditions to ensure that compatibility, while also meeting the vision of that mixed residential neighborhood to add the needed housing mix. We'll improve the balance of uses in the area and put apartment uses in the right location. And then there is adequate infrastructure for this site as well. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, but I do want to reserve the remainder of my time for any rebuttal or answering questions in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. So just want to make sure I don't have it. Kevin Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Pleased to be here tonight. My name is Kevin Sullivan. I'm a resident of Durham at 8209 Morel Lane and here to represent the Eagles Point HOA, which is 117 homes and about 250 registered voters adjacent to the area and developed. The Eagles Point members have been actively engaged in the community process with this piece of property. We've reviewed it, discussed it, voted on it, as a matter of fact, and opposed the development for a couple of reasons. Over the last 10 years, we've seen successive development in the area. That development has created routine flooding within our neighborhood, shifts the floodplain into the residential zone, a significant increase in animal encounters and snake bites for people are becoming more frequent in the neighborhood, all because we're destroying a lot of forest area and pushing the animals and other critters that we would encounter into the neighborhood in many ways. We find that the petition here is one that creates an unjustifiable environmental burden on the people who already live in the area. and that developing what is essentially floodplain area right now, watershed area, is inconsistent with the good practice of what we think that area, how that area is going to develop over time. We think that there'll be a significant local infrastructure impact with this property and its development. Adding a significant footprint with so many apartment homes in the area will increase a significant amount of traffic on 751, which is already strained by the 751 self-development and is already pretty difficult to get in and out of at the beginning and the end of the day especially. The HOA, Eagles Point HOA, is not opposed to development in the area, but we think that development in the area has to be considered in a manner that is a little bit more consistent with the best uses of the whole area.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Fred Anderson.
Good evening. I'm Fred Anderson, 8114 Crichton Lane in Durham. I'm the president of the HOA for Buck Crossing, a community directly across the street from the proposed development. And as Kevin said, the 3 HOAs in the area, Eagle and Buck Crossing and the reserve at South Point, have all coordinated and all are adamantly opposed for this. As he mentioned, we understand it's probably going to get built in the future, and Durham needs the housing. However, to put in 4-story units and 350 apartments in an area that's already densely populated as far as 751 goes, we believe is ill-advised for a number of reasons. First, there are no established bus or service routes on that stretch. The density significantly exceeds the neighborhoods in the area and the apartment communities, and this thing would be the odd one, vice the not odd one. As Kevin mentioned, traffic. If you want to get a lively bitch session in either one of the HOAs, just talk about trying to turn left on 751 in the morning, okay? There was a community, townhouse community, half an hour or half a mile up that was approved a few years ago. That's been built. 751 South is adding 1,400 units, and that building continues. Covert Farms is located right next to 751 South, and they are continuing to build. The egress ramps from the proposed community are directly across the street from the only exit from Buck Crossing and the only exit from Eagle directly on the 751. The floodplain, as Kevin mentioned, is changing. The last one that came out, some of the houses in our neighborhood are now, the yards are in the floodplain.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, so in conclusion, I'd like to say that we think it's a bad idea. It's at a choke point down by 40. The turnoff to the mall is 1/10 of a mile from Eagle and less than 2/10 of a mile from ours.
All right.
So we respectfully request that you disapprove
Thank you.
this request. Thank you.
Next, we have, I'm going to butcher this last name, Frank Savardine. Yeah, sorry, you can say it.
Yeah, that's me. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Frank Savardine, and I'm a resident at Buck Crossing. And I oppose and have severe reservations about this zoning change proposal, primarily because of the impact on the safety of residents and also the potential traffic impact this would have not only to the Buck Crossing community, Eagles Point, but also to the residents of communities further down south. I happen to have the fortunate experience in traffic engineering and transportation planning from a prior career. And one of the things that I don't see in this whole process is some type of a traffic impact analysis that would show the analysis of how much traffic would be generated by this development, what would be the overlay of that traffic onto 751 primarily, but also onto I-40. It is common practice to look at peak times of traffic. Typically would be Friday at 5 p.m. These days it's 4 and 3 p.m. And if you take a look at I-40 northbound, it backs up way past 751. So I think, at least I would like to request the developers to provide at least this analysis to take a look to see what the real impact would be, not only at the community, but also the communities down south. The safety impact that I mentioned has to do with the school kids that line up to wait for their bus, at least at Buck Crossing in the morning, and some of them are waiting at 751. Now, I live right off of 751, and when I get up in the morning and drive off, I can see it's like a little mini NASCAR there. The highway goes from 2 lanes to 1 at the Aldi, and you can see cars speeding up just to edge over the truck or the landscaping truck, and that's not safety for Eagles Point or for Buck Crossing. I have a lot of concern for the kids that live in that community, as well as the older people that are walking and walking their dogs. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone else that signed up are all with Parker Poe? Okay. All right. Believe you have some minutes left if you want to address any of the concerns that the community brought up.
Yes, Ms. Chair. So I heard a couple things from the neighbors and just want to address each of them. So I heard questions about floodplain, about density in this project compared to the surrounding neighborhoods, and then traffic. So starting with the floodplain, this project is actually not in the floodplain. There was something called a natural heritage area, which you may have seen in the staff report, that was identified late in the process. So we did have our engineers look to identify what this natural...
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. There's people on the Zoom that I did not get to.
I'll come back.
Yep, come back. Hold that thought. All right, we have Andrea Medina-Blick.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Andrea Maidenblick. I'm at 8022 Sundance Circle. I'm the HOA president for the Reserve at South Point neighborhood to the north, and we are opposed to the proposed rezoning. Traffic is our primary concern. It's already difficult to turn left onto 751 due to high traffic volume. The area around site access number 1 has been the frequent location of car wrecks, and we expect that the added 1,400 car trips per day would cause us to have a very difficult time leaving our neighborhood. We urge the commission to do a traffic study and consider what traffic changes would allow access. Next, the development appears to be completely disconnected from existing sidewalks, bike paths, and public transit. We urge you to require a pedestrian crossing facility near Buck Crossing Drive or Eagle View Drive and require sidewalk connection to north of the site. The proposed buffers are too small to accommodate noise, lights, reduced privacy from 350 apartments and 5-story buildings. We request larger buffers with large privacy trees. Next, environmental impact. We know that this property drains directly to a protected wetland, and it's listed as a natural heritage area and critical watershed protection area. Also a keystone riparian property, meaning this is one of the highest priority parcels identified by the city for protection in this watershed. We urge the commission to avoid development of the natural heritage area and existing ephemeral stream, require more than the minimum tree coverage required, consider green infrastructure and reduction of impervious surfaces, and considered an environmental impact study of this sensitive area. And finally, this project doesn't support the city's affordable housing initiatives. 20 years at 80% AMI is far below the comprehensive plan policies. So in summary, we ask that you please address these major quality of life concerns for our neighborhood, specifically traffic, increased buffer zones, connection to infrastructure.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca Ives.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Ives. I'm a resident of the Reserve at South Point. I'm a property owner that would directly back up to this proposed development. My opposition for this proposed development is not what I may see out in my backyard, but rather the increased traffic flow in both directions on 751 with absolutely zero legitimate plans to improve current conditions. I have not seen where a traffic study was actually performed on this particular section of roadway from the intersection of 751 Renaissance to where 751 leaves Durham County and enters Chatham Wake. If any voting member of the Planning Commission or City Council as a whole were to actually come out to this particular section of 751 between the hours of 6:30 to 9:30, Monday through Friday AM, and also 3 to 7:30 PM Monday through Friday, and observe the dangerous conditions that already exist, I would be appalled if you could, in good conscience, vote in favor of this project as they have proposed it. As a secondary concern to this proposed development, I find the inclusion of 11 total units out of 350 to be earmarked for fixed income housing to be absolutely laughable. And quite frankly, I'm sure the developers of Aura 751 are laughing about it as well. I'm embarrassed that our city council or planning commission would find that an acceptable gesture from the developer. That is a very large non-fix to our affordable housing crisis in Durham. Durham City Council, we need to do more, expect more, and require more from our developers. To put it plainly, it is absolutely irresponsible and utterly short-sighted, which sadly is the only vision that our city seems to so often have these days when it comes to development that makes good sense, to give this project the green light as they've proposed it. Mr. Marsh noted that there were no multifamily housing nearby. That is actually entirely incorrect. I can count 3 very large multifamily apartment buildings within 1 mile of where I live on Sundance Circle, and we are not even on a bus line. So how is these fixed income apartment dwellers that he proposes that they have?
Thank you. Sorry, your time is up, Ms. Ives. Thank you. Is there anyone else on the Zoom that would like to speak? We have Grant Harvey.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Not to belabor the point, but as neighbors across the street and in my neighborhood, and by the way, I'm at 8019 Sundance Circle, and I back right up to where this development is. The traffic is a mess right now. I mean, within the past year, we've had a neighbor T-boned coming out of our neighborhood. We had another neighbor whose property's up against 751 have his fence destroyed because people are racing up and down trying to beat that lawn truck before the lanes go from 2 to 1. And not only that, but yesterday my wife is trying to turn left on 751, but because there's a wreck closer up to Stagecoach Road, she had to take a right and then take a left into Bucks Crossing and through Eagles Point to get back to 751 heading north, meaning we have to use other neighborhoods as main driveways to get anywhere as the traffic is today. Second, I hear the watershed is, this development's not in the floodplain. That's not really my concern. My concern is there's already a bunch of groundwater coming through our neighborhood. In fact, it was built on a creek bed. And we have cracks in our streets from this water coming through this land. And I'm just very curious, when you start tearing up that land, putting big buildings in, putting parking lots, what's that going to do with the groundwater that's already negatively impacting our property? And then selfishly, Andrea mentioned this, the barrier they're talking about, there is no such thing right now in the winter. There's no leaves in the trees. And I'm going to have a 4-story building, and this is a selfish concern, pretty much peering down my deck while I'm cooking dinner. So I think based on the lack of infrastructure, already so congested, that I adamantly oppose this development at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? We have Nathan Jennis.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I think I'm in the reserve at South Point as well, and I think the previous speakers have pretty much covered sort of the details of what's happening, but I'm just generally struck by how much lack of detail there is. I attended both of the engagement meetings, and it seems like, if I had to summarize it, the zoning process seems to be, at least to this point, I'm a developer, I purchased some land, I want to put in an apartment, and then I'm going to go to the community and tell them that, and then we have very specific questions, specifically regarding traffic, noise, and light mitigation, and those kinds of things. And we're just sort of dismissed as, we'll take care of it, without any detail, no locations of where the buildings are going to be on the property, what their final heights are going to be. Like today, they're even saying a minimum of 4 stories. So I know in this type of zoning, they can go up to like 9 or 10 or even beyond that. So I mean, what really stops them? I would just like to see more consideration for mitigating the effects on the surrounding neighborhood. And like going through the zoning map change report, I'm just struck by, again, the lack of detail. We brought up traffic. They're saying that currently the vacant land induces 179 trips per day. I would argue that's 0. And they're saying by introducing this complex, it'll be up to 1,600. So I would argue that's going to be 1,600 more trips per day. And I just wholeheartedly reject the notion that building things a more dense building is somehow going to reduce traffic. During the second engagement meeting, Mr. Marsh brought up a study about urban development and how increased density leads to less traffic, which I could see in some place like New York City, but we're in suburban Durham, North Carolina, and a vacant lot of forest land.
Thank you, sir.
And then putting
your time is up.
Reduce traffic. So I just
Thank you.
I'm just struck by the lack of detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak before we move back to final comments from the applicant? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Again, Collier Marsh with Parker Poe here on behalf of the applicant. Again, I did hear a number of comments from the neighbors that we do want to address because we have listened to them and have done our best within this rezoning to account for the things we're able to account for. Again, starting with the environmental considerations, the property itself is not in the floodplain, but as I was getting to, there's something called a natural heritage area that's on the western side. It's mostly off of this property, but in our development plan, there's a small piece that touches the corner. That came up late in the process, but we studied it, and we think it's appropriate and are prepared to offer and work with staff a condition that confirms that there's no development within that natural heritage area, that would remain protected and preserved. But that was something that came up late, so we're addressing it at this point in time. We do have enhanced stormwater controls. We can't cure the issues that perhaps existed when the neighborhoods around us were developed, but this project's being developed at higher stormwater standards will ensure that we're not making the project or the problems worse in the area. Turning to compatibility with the surrounding area and the surrounding neighborhoods, we certainly appreciate, and it stands out on a map, that we're surrounded by single-family neighborhoods in this area. But when you look at what the comprehensive plan calls for, it calls for this contrast. It calls for this mix that's absent there. And I would argue that if we brought to you a case that included our site plus all of the surrounding property that's single-family neighborhoods, the criticism would be that in this location, you should have denser development than exists there today. You should have more multifamily, more townhomes, and fewer single-family. So the prior development patterns are what they are, but at this point, the city's comprehensive plan calls for change, and that change is brought with this project. Turning to the last, I think, major topic that we heard, and of course, if there are other things we need to answer questions on, we're happy to, it's traffic. It's worth noting that this project comes in below the thresholds for a traffic impact analysis. It does not generate enough traffic to trigger a traffic impact analysis under Durham's code. That being said, we have Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn, who is our traffic engineer and who's been advising us on this project. He can answer any questions about what we look at and why we evaluate it, but we did specifically look at the intersection of Buck Crossing and our site access driveway and coordinated with DOT to make sure that the improvements we were providing, the laneage, are the appropriate improvements at that location, and DOT did agree. So I'd encourage you all, if you have traffic questions, we do have an engineer on board that's available to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. Good? Okay. All right, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing and now open it for commissioner discussion and questions. Take a seat.
Chairwoman.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate all the comments that were made today and also the reference to the comprehensive plan. I do have a number of questions, so I'll go through them quickly. And feel free, staff or presenters. Number one, going back to traffic, Did your study, and I'd like more information on the study because I did read the reference about it under capacity today. Did your study look at the end of 7 and 51 going down to the point of Fayetteville, and then also
Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn. As Collier said, a formal TIA per the city's UDO is not required for this project because of the low trip generation. However, as
Sorry, could I interrupt? Some of these the acronyms don't mean anything to me, so if you could.
I'm sorry, traffic impact analysis, TIA, UDO, Unified Development Ordinance. Did I mention anything else? Sorry about that. But as part of our discussions with NCDOT about our side driveway, site access, they did ask us to conduct a capacity analysis at those locations, and in addition to examine the potential for a signal being installed at that location of butt crossing in our site driveway, which we did all of those. The results were what determined the number of improvements that we're committed to, which are 2 lanes exiting our main site driveway to help reduce queues so that left turns aren't impeded by right turns, et cetera. Also, a exclusive left turn on 751 headed northbound, an exclusive right turn on 751 headed southbound. When we looked at the signal warrant analysis, we included growth for other development in the area, and unfortunately, a signal is not warranted under those conditions. That's something that we had, wanted to see if was necessary, if would be approved by DOT, but it was not warranted. Often a question is, even if the signal doesn't meet warrants, can the developer install it? We asked that question. And in this case, because it was so far from meeting those warrants, DOT said no, not at this time.
Should I continue?
Yes.
Just one follow-up to that. You said you evaluated developments in that area. Did you develop south of the proposed development to north? And I mean, again, we were talking about a fairly big area that has a lot of future and current potential.
We specifically looked at the NC 751 South development. We may have added one other approved development, but we also added, I think, an annual 3% growth rate to account for other general ambient growth in the area, which is
Fayetteville Road?
I'm sorry?
Did you add Fayetteville Road?
The limits of of this traffic study were not that of a typical study because our traffic impact at the intersections to the north and to south is so small. That's why DOT said, let's limit it to the site driveways. Okay. Fair question.
You said a minimum of 4 floors, and I heard that comment. So you're not restricted to 4 levels, and does the current plan only include 4, or is there potential for higher levels?
Yeah, that's a good question. So within the textual development plan, there's a cap at 90 feet. Ultimately, what we're envisioning here is a 4-5 split. The site slopes about 35 feet to the rear off of 751. So accounting for building height is a little tough at this point in the process. But ultimately, what we're envisioning is 4-5 split.
And I promise only a couple more questions. I heard about infrastructure. I also saw the school impact. So this may go to the planning staff as well. If my numbers were correct, we're adding another 132 more students to schools, but the schools that are in the area are at capacity. Am I understanding that correctly, staff?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. That is correct. For the schools we have information on from Durham Public Schools, we are at 99% capacity for the middle school and 106% capacity for the high school. However, those are for school specific, and remember that, or maybe new information, Durham Public Schools does look at things from a capacity-wide system as well.
And before you leave the area there, one other question for the staff. I noticed that there were 10 comprehensive plan policies that were not compliant or addressed. Are there any issues that the staff have with those 10 that were not resolved?
Sorry, just to reframe, you're saying the policy not met, each of the policies that are not met?
Yeah, there were 10 I counted that were identified as not met, and I just didn't know as a newbie if there's a significant lesson learned there.
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is actually one of the first public hearings since the comprehensive plan was officially adopted. So to be honest, this is an iterative process that we're learning together. But staff does work together to look at the policies to see if a project complies. For example, policy 49, policy not met, the proposal does not include any sustainable design elements, so they're not meeting that policy. So we tried to keep it pretty black and white. Either they're consistent by meeting it, consistent by exceeding Unified Development Ordinance regulations, or they're not meeting that policy.
And going back, because
If I could just comment on that, because there was something we wanted to address. So we did review the inconsistent policies, and I think the vast majority fell into two categories. One was that heritage area and it not being protected. And so our proposal there is that we'd offer a condition that protects that. The bulk of the remainder addressed green building elements and not having kind of environmental protections for this project. And we did discuss this as a team. We've got another project with the same team that has a commitment to build to a green building standard. And so that's the National Green Building Standard. And so I think that's something that would be appropriate here and that we'd offer to address those comments, to commit to a green building standard for the development, which I think wipes out the vast majority of the remainder of those inconsistent policies.
So staff is hearing two proffers offered tonight. One is about changing the building and parking envelope and moving it to completely protect that corner. That's the natural heritage inventory area. And the second proffer is to commit to language that you work with staff on around LEED or some sort of green building certification.
Yeah, it's particularly the National Green Building Standard. And we've vetted a similar provision with staff before.
my last question for now to the developed proposal is that it was noted that you have 3% or 11 units that will be for income-based, for lack of a better way of putting it. The average rent, I think I saw on the data, was about 1,600. Oh, my apology, I thought I had it off. Sorry, Chairman. The average rent right now is $1,604 according to the document. I'm curious if you have this information, what will the, 340 these are all apartments, right?
Correct.
What is the price point for the 350, notwithstanding the three, but?
Yeah, so at this point, we don't have set prices. I think they're expected to be market rate with the exception that those are those that are income restricted.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Yes, good.
Has the developer considered any methods to mitigate the capacity on the schools, since 350 units will add a lot of students on the public schools?
Yeah, it's something that we need to discuss. That did stand out to us as well, so we can look into that to address that part of the staff report.
Thank you. Commissioner Cease?
Thank you. Thank you for your, the presentation and the comments from the public as well, and for the proffers that you just outlined. In particular, the green building certification, that's one of, as you noted, one of the key places within the comprehensive plan consistency checklist where there was, policies were not met. And I, as Alexander indicated too, I think commend staff for being able to take what was in years of work by a lot of people in the community and on this commission and others to very succinctly capture in that chart how the comprehensive plan can be used to consider certain projects that come before us, and that was helpful. And as you noted, the Green Building and Infrastructure Policy 49 was one. Policy 108 with regards to green infrastructure, I mean, that's another place where the environmental impacts could be addressed in some form, and maybe there's granularity there with the stormwater requirement mitigations that you're doing that could suffice. But my largest concern is just kind of something you hit on both in your initial presentation and now in just the explanation, and that's the mixed residential neighborhood place type. And this was a point of discussion when that specific policy was crafted. You're proposing one housing type, apartments, for 350 units, right, on 11 acres. But it's located adjacent to what is also a uniform housing type, single family, detached. And I think there's granularity in the comprehensive plan that needs that the commission and staff and the community need to consider more carefully than just saying, well, we've got all this single-family housing, and let's put apartments here. And the threshold is basically 20 acres. That's what's in the specific policy. But when I say granularity, there's language that addresses connectivity, being able to walk to those other housing types. And this tract is 11 acres. That's almost 3 city blocks. It's 2.5 plus city blocks. This is a large site to have only a single housing unit proposed, in my view, and I think per the comprehensive plan, particularly given that there really isn't a connection north, there isn't a connection to the south, except for along the highway. And so, you know, I think that a proposal like this where the other parcels are not developed or to the north, or the other parcels to the north are identified in the comprehensive plan as mixed residential neighborhood, doing it all as multifamily would be fine. But I think this is a situation that would warrant consideration of providing a different housing type. Because really, the single housing type with only one side providing any access to any other part of the community, in my view, doesn't really comply with the broader intent in that comprehensive plan place type. And so I'll just leave that as a comment, and I'll leave it to others to maybe ask questions about the affordable housing percentage, and we'll go from there.
And just to respond briefly, we tried to evaluate ways to provide transitions. We tried to transition in height and have that setback. We looked at providing other product types, but when you put in other product types, the way the site lays out, it ended up pushing things closer to our neighbors. So what we thought was the best solution would be to provide those building setbacks and provide buffering to address the compatibility with the surrounding area. Another component of that, which is important, is walkability, and that neighborhoods should be walkable to meet that designation. We are providing that 10-foot multi-use path along our site's frontage. There's a connection that we're trying to figure out how to make work. There's a gap north of us. We need to determine whether there's right-of-way and if there are utility impacts, but that's something that we want to make for our residents, because our goal is to have people be able to go north to the shopping and do it by foot or by bicycle. So the goal is to make this walkable. There are challenges that are associated with that, but that's something that we're prioritizing.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Cutright.
Appreciate all your work on this. To Commissioner Cease's point, I'll ask some questions about how you came to your 3%, 80% AMI on affordability, and your thoughts on increasing that, whether it's the absolute percentage of units available or reducing the AMI and potentially expanding to 30 years.
Yep, it's always challenging to figure out the right balance, whether it's an AMI percentage, length of the commitment, the number. So at this point, we tried to prioritize maximizing the number of units we could provide, but also the length. So the 20-year commitment was what we thought was meaningful here. We've seen similar projects with 10 years. So that was the goal, and that's how we try to address it as best we can. Recognizing that this is an ongoing discussion, it's something we could look into, but at this point, I think the way we've analyzed it, our proffer is what it is, that's the appropriate amount.
Okay. All right, I can appreciate that. I think there are, the way I always think about these things are, like, there are inevitably sacrifices that have to be made, right? At the end of the day, there's a pool of money, and it needs to be distributed in certain ways. And so the question is always, what are the sacrifices, what's happening on the site? Part of this is, there are some questions about environmental impacts and what you can or can't do there, affordability, right? All of these things are striking a balance. From my perspective, I'm always on the side of affordability, and generally willing to forego or look past some of the other comprehensive plan policies if affordable housing is strong enough. In this case, I feel like it's not very strong. And there are some other things that that maybe need a bit more massaging. And to the extent that there was more massaging everywhere else, and you had this position that you have on affordability, it may make sense. My sense is I'd like to see a little more either across the board, whether that's fleshing out the 10-foot path for your residents and understanding what that is. Like there's a little bit more work to do here. But generally, I'd like to see more on affordability. And so to the extent that we can see that, I'd feel a lot better about a project like this.
Yeah, and you described all of the balances and constraints as well as I could. It's all a matter of all the costs we're balancing in the world of rising construction costs and all of those issues, but also kind of an evolution of affordable housing and the priorities since we filed this case. So it's something that we can take a closer look at.
Thank you. Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, so you had mentioned that the discussion around the affordable housing provisions is a discussion that's ongoing. When's the appropriate time to have that discussion?
Well, I'd say that...
And have it come to a conclusion?
So I mean, we believe that we have a very meaningful commitment. When you look at what we have, it's at build out 11 units, so that's 11 households for a 20-year period, restricted well below market, taking the risk, whatever AMI levels, however they go, that those are restricted for 20-year period, which is significant. I think as the discussion of affordable housing has evolved, it used to be kind of donations and things like that were the norm, and still are to some degree, but the actual provision of the units within the development is a much more substantial commitment, and it's not insignificant here. I can appreciate the desire to have more, and we can crunch numbers and look at it, but I think at the end of the day, it is a meaningful commitment here that we've worked hard to put together.
Well, I'd just like to comment, not on your specific project, but generally, as projects come before this commission more and more, it seems to be less and less that there is a good faith sort of commitment to what our city officials have said is an important part of projects in our city, is affordable housing. And as it stands, I can't support this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Cease.
A question that you may answer, but I also would like staff just to confirm. So the primary building setback of 60 feet does not include limitations on accessory structures. So what setback would apply for accessory structures?
So we have a 30-foot perimeter buffer on the northern section. I think it's 15 feet in other locations. Then we'd have the exclusion of that heritage area as well.
Okay, so the 0.6 comes up to 30 feet. And is the intention there, or the anticipation there, separate garage structures that are privately leased, or what would be?
Yeah, utilities and other outbuildings. There's not really the amenity is included within the building itself as planned. So yeah, it would just be typical accessory structure.
So, and just another question, will it all be surface parking?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just to reiterate the comments, I do think that some additional consideration to transitions, and I'm not talking about buffers, but to transitions would be, and connectivity to both the north and the south, but would be more in the spirit with the mixed residential neighborhood place type.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to follow up on a couple things, which I didn't bring up before. One of the speakers mentioned groundwater staff. Is groundwater looked at in terms of the impact of watershed changes, or how is that factored into the long-term planning? I'm trying to see the connection to current, and I don't know if it's what level it is of groundwater problems to what the future state will be. Have we factored that in or looked at it?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I will answer your question in a second. Can I close the loop on Commissioner Cease's comment? To your point, the development plan says apartment building, and really it should say building, and so we are going to have the applicant correct that because there should be no structures, apartment, ADU, otherwise within that building and parking envelope.
So That's why I raised the question, because the language in both the text commitment and the note specifically references primary building, and there's a reference to accessory structure. So that's a point that I wanted to clarify. You clarified it in one way, but I didn't hear that clarification similarly.
Staff's point on this.
So we'll work with the applicant. It's a UDO requirement. It shouldn't say primary apartment building structure. It just should say building, because it's no buildings are allowed. It doesn't matter if it's an ADU or apartment.
Within the buffer.
Outside of the building and parking envelope.
Looking to my engineer to see if, I think that's fine, yeah. We'll work with staff to clarify that.
Commissioner Johnson, just to reframe your question, you're asking how is stormwater or potable water analyzed?
Groundwater is
zoning
an
process?
ongoing issue whenever you deal construction. And if you have an existing assessment, and how is that going to change with the future construction, if that's been evaluated?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our stormwater engineering division does review rezoning projects from a very high-level perspective. Really, that's a level of detail that once we get to the site plan stage, they're going to analyze quite a more detailed quality and quantity fashion. But at the rezoning stage, they do look at that. And one of the things that some applicants do is they, provide commitments or proffers on either BMPs, so best management practices for stormwater, or sometimes they'll commit to a 100-year stormwater event, flood event, or they'll commit to detaining and retaining water that leaves the site. But they will be required to at the site plan stage anyway for the 1, 2, and 10-year stormwater flood event,
And because this will come up again, what is the water connection and sewer connection and capacity statements that are not here?
That's a great question. That's called the Summer Utility Development Statement that Water Management puts together. Those are required. Can't require them for the rezoning stage, but they are, sometimes we have them by the time it's comes to Planning Commission, sometimes we don't, but it is required before it goes to City Council, Board of County Commissioners to analyze capacity.
So for a new person here, thank you for your patience, Chairwoman. We see a lot of IOUs before it leaves here to the council, that we will basically making a judgment call here without seeing all of that detail, is what I'm hearing.
I hear what you're saying. The final policy decision is from council or board of county commissioners, and the infrastructure and capacity analysis is maybe slightly outside the scope of what we're looking at, so we should be talking about asking questions, but at the end of the day, we're talking about a capacity analysis from other departments, and the council or board of county commissioners will look at that analysis and provide their final decision.
Thank you. And my last question, going back to the applicant. So did you look at different mixed use to the, all these are apartments again, townhomes, a few single-family homes, kind of a mixed use given the character. Did you look at that? And then I have a question on a follow-up to the affordable housing.
We looked at a number of scenarios. I think when we were trying to figure out how to make our development goals fit with the surrounding neighborhood, what we evaluated was trying to have a different product type that maybe served as a transition versus just condensing everything and bringing it further away. And ultimately determined that the most efficient, I think least impactful way to do it would be to condense everything and bring it further away from the neighbors.
And quickly on the affordable housing, if I read this correctly, at 80% AMI, the two-person getting that apartment would need to make about $68,000 a year, if I read that correctly?
I defer to the document.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, statements from the commissioners? None? All right, are we ready to move this case forward? May I have a motion to move this case forward? Who's going to be the new David? You ready, Commissioner Cutright?
Chair, as it relates to case Z2300006 or 751, recommend that we move this case forward to City Council with a favorable recommendation. and the associated proffers that have been made.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to move case Z2300006 Aura 751 and the associated proffers forward with a favorable recommendation. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron.
No.
Commissioner Cutright.
No.
Commissioner Grace-Mans.
No.
Commissioner Durham.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Cease.
No.
Commissioner Valentine.
No.
Commissioner Woke.
No.
Commissioner Young.
No.
Motion fails 9 to 0, sorry.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have case Z23 0007 1339 Coal Mill Road.
Thank you. Andy Lester with the Planning Department. This is zoning map change.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
can I interject?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have
Thank you.
Commissioner Cease.
I've done some prior work, consulting work on this site for this applicant, and will need to recuse myself.
Thank you. He's not on yet. All righty. Yes. Yes.
Could I get a motion and a second to vote
Have a
on the
recess?
recusal?
To do what?
To vote on Cease's recusal from the
Oh,
case.
we have to vote on it? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Can I have a motion to,
I make a motion that we approve the recusal of Commissioner Cease for this case, C230007.
Second.
it's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to recuse Commissioner Cease on the case of Z23 0007 1339 Coal Mill Road. All in favor, just raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, may we have the staff report, please?
Thank you again. Andy Lester with the Planning Department. This is zoning map change KC 2300007, 1339 Coal Mill Road. Staff can state for the record that all properties within 600 feet, as shown in the map, were mailed a notice of this public hearing on October 24th, 2023. In addition, a sign was posted on the site on October 23rd, 2023. Affidavits are on file with the Planning Department. The site is located at 1339 Coal Mill Road and is 6.42 acres in size. The request is to change the zoning from residential suburban 20 to residential suburban multifamily. There is no development plan associated with this case. This is a general rezoning. The request is consistent with the existing place type map of apartment townhouse neighborhood and recreation open space. Under UDO density maximums, up to 77 dwelling units could be built on site, though this does not include density bonuses available at the site plan stage, such as for affordable housing. The existing zoning is RS20. The site is surrounded on the north, south, and west by single-family residential land, zoned RS20. Across Coal Mill Road is Crowsdale, which is zoned RS10. The aerial map shows the general location of the project, which is surrounded by residential land and Crowsdale to the east. I-85 is the highway at the bottom of the map. The applicant held meetings on February 9th and February 28th, 2023. 7 community members attended the first meeting and 5 the second. Staff has determined the proposal is consistent with the apartment townhouse neighborhood place type and recreation open space place type designation. There's no commitments for this case since this is a general rezoning request. The applicant will have to comply with all UDO requirements for this RSM zoning district. Staff and the applicant are here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the chair is opening the public hearing, and we'll have the applicant to the podium for a presentation. Are they here? He's on Zoom. Is that Matthew Barton? Okay. Matthew Barton, may we have him unmuted? Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. First, I want to personally thank you for maintaining the virtual option for this because my kids decided to bring something home to me and I didn't want to continue to share it. As the staff report indicated, we're seeking general rezoning from RS 20 to RSM for 1339, 1341 Coal Mill Road. Current plan is for townhomes on these parcels, and the RS 20 zoning requires a cluster development of single family homes in addition to that, whereas RSM will allow multifamily townhomes in general. The density, which is noted as 77 total units given the size of the parcel, will significantly be lowered due to the usable area on the parcel due to the floodplain located on the south and wetland restrictions. With that, there's not really a whole lot more to go over, and we're happy to field any questions, and I'd like to reserve any additional time after the public comment for additional statement.
All right, thank you. So in sign up, we have Tom Tolley. Can we stop the clock on the applicant's timer? Thank you. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Tom Tolley. I live at 3736 Shockery Drive in Durham. I've lived there since 2001. I'm here representing both the neighborhood as someone who resides in that neighborhood, representing Crowsdale, which is across the street, which I'm a member of the Crowsdale Country Club, and I am a certified general appraiser practicing here in Durham since 1996. I've appraised over 30 residential subdivisions in Wake, Durham, and Orange County. We are opposed to this primarily because we haven't seen a site plan saying townhomes. They would have the option under this zoning to do apartments, which we're vehemently against. So we would request that a site plan be provided for this property on what exactly they're going to do. This does have some floodplain on it. Ellerby Creek runs right by this property. We also do not know the impact of a subdivision that is going in right now between Shockery Drive and Barini Drive that has just basically started. They've only sold a few houses, so we don't know what type of impact that's going to have on Ellerby Creek and the watershed there, because we just aren't enough into it to do any studies. They just don't exist at this time. We primarily want them also to do a more extensive traffic development. Coal Mill Road, much like the previous case, very busy road here in Durham, primarily residential. Crowsdale being the only commercial property through most of that, one gas station a little farther down Coal Mill Road. We feel like there should at least be a study on whether there should be a left turn into that property, or there possibly could be a stoplight. I think a left turn would probably be more of what we would want, but mainly we would like to see something done with a site plan that says, here's exactly what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Butter.
out some of these papers?
Sure.
To the commission? Just hand them out. I only have 5 copies, but you can share. Thank you very much. There should be 3 copies for each person.
Yeah, all 4 of y'all can share. Y'all bunch together there.
And we have some more detailed supporting information behind this too that we've.
Okay, sir, if you're going to state your name and your address, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your time. My name is Eric Butter. I live at 3822 Quarry Drive. I'm one of the immediate adjacent parcels to the proposed development. First off, I want to thank Remy for making the decision to invest in our neighborhood. And in general, I'm very excited by all the development going on here, especially the single-family homes that Tom mentioned at the top of our street, the big Beezer development coming in. What we really need is thoughtful details. And I would ask, on behalf of my family and my neighborhood, that you ask Remy to really dive into some of these questions, both around the traffic studies and around some of the specific water impacts related to this property. My property is under a conservation easement. One of the other neighboring properties, this wasn't mentioned by planning, is also under a permanent conservation easement. That's for a reason. This is a wildlife sensitive area. It's it's basically the headwaters for the Elder Bee Creek, which is kind of a core part of Durham's history. And we want to make sure that whatever development happens around there is done thoughtfully. One last really small thought to just anchor for the commission is my understanding was that one of our main goals as the city of Durham was to focus on home ownership for lower income and middle income residents. This is an area that is not at the peak $1 million homes crazy. We're talking about $500,000 homes here that are actually accessible to other people within Durham, especially people that aren't homeowners currently. If there were a lighter development proposal, such as what's allowed under RS20, it could allow more accessible housing for members of Durham that exist today. So in summary, I'd ask that you press Remy to do additional work around traffic, around watershed, and make sure that some of the inconsistencies that appear even within the watershed planning, the stormwater planning around the USGS maps you'll see there, it's an intermittent creek running right through the property on one map. That's not in all of our maps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lee Kornfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My wife and I are owners of 1327 Coal Mill Road, and we object to the rezoning proposal. We basically agree with what was stated. There's no textual or graphic development plan included in the rezoning proposal, which is unacceptable. There's no way to know the location of the buildings, open space, or buffering if the city allows the rezoning without accompanying plans showing there's adequate water, sewer, and drainage. The proposed rezoning increases the property from 2 units per acre to 18 units per acre, which causes significant concerns for noise and privacy. The buildings will be close enough to see into the backyards and windows of our house and our neighbors' houses. Traffic safety is also a major concern, since there will be 2 access points onto Coal Mill Road with limited sidewalks, no traffic lights, or safe ways to cross the road. We already have trouble getting onto Coal Mill Road right now, since cars travel well above the speed limit coming down the hill towards our house. Allowing this rezoning without plans clearly showing how the developer will address all of these issues is a significant public safety concern to all the city's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rami County. I'm good. No? Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak? We have a raised hand on the phone number. Press star 9 to make sure you're unmuted. You may go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, yes, this is Chris Drepp. I live in Durham at 716 Carroll Street. I'm here representing the Ellerby Creek Watershed Association. As you've heard, we own a nature preserve next to the property to the south, and we also hold a conservation easement on Mr. Butter's property. And I want to make a couple comments. So, one, the history here is that back in February 9th and 28th, the developers at public meetings did show sort of a concept map that showed where these multifamily 3 big buildings might sit, and some sense of where the stormwater control measures would sit. And we were quite concerned at that time because not only have the floodplain, the 100-year floodplains have changed in the last few years, and they were actually reduced in the models, although maybe not in reality. And because of just observation over the years, we had seen flowing water in the places where at least one of the sites, at least one of the buildings was planned to be. And so we actually visited the site with the developers. We expressed, they were great. They met with us. We were really happy about that. We expressed our desire for them to change the design, moving some of the buildings away from those areas, but yet we've still never seen a plan since then. And that is a real concern. And I just want to tell you why I think you should be concerned about that.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. This is look at your place type. Look at your place type map. Look at your comprehensive
Thank you, sir.
plan.
Your time is up. All righty. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Would the developer like to come back on and address some of those issues that the community raised?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I would like to address a few of those. One is in regards to the density that's allowed under RSM. And while the density may allow up to 12 units per acre, the usable area of the parcel is significantly cut down. And some of the test layouts that we've had for townhomes have yielded units in between around the 40 range for the entire parcel. So it's almost half of what the overall density would actually allow due to the floodplain being there and a limiting factor. One other thing is that, this is consistent with the place type map use for apartments and townhomes. What we are willing to offer or proffer is townhomes only and no apartments. Also, the entry and egress, somebody noted that there would be 2 site access points, and that has yet to be determined at this time because of the stream that was noted by, I believe, the same individual. That creek has already been delineated and annotated in a jurisdictional determination by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. So if we want to have another access point to Coal Mill Road, we would have to go through another stream crossing process to achieve that. So as of right now, there are not 2 access points. Also, preliminary discussions with DOT have indicated that they already will require a left turn lane into that parcel, which I believe was another individual's concern regarding the entry and egress. With that, I believe that kind of covers everybody's comments and concerns that had voiced them. Rami, did you have anything that you would like to add?
Sure, yeah. Hey, everybody. Rami Ghanayem here with my partner, Matt. We are actually born and raised in Durham. We live right around the corner. This is our first project together. Matt and I have decided to embark on this together and try and add some housing here in Durham. This is right around the corner from where we grew up. We thought we were going through the steps. We met with all the neighbors. We had 2 neighborhood meetings. We walked the property over 2 hours with the LRB group. We went over the wetlands. We brought the Army Corps out. We've done a multiple measure twice and cut once scenarios here. This is not physically able to be a huge apartment development. No structured parking allowed, height restrictions. We just proffered townhome only, which is something we didn't get to the stage of site planning yet. This was just sort of, we were just going step by step. As a small kind of local development core, we didn't want to overinvest too soon to know what we would really be able to do. So some preliminary layouts have shown about 30-ish townhomes, well below the density that would be allowed under the place type rezone. And so for us, we really are trying to crawl before we walk on this one, meeting with the neighbors, having a phone conversation with Eric, staying off of the property line and the preserve pretty significantly there. The city actually already has a storm crossing across the creek, which is something we're in talks of reusing as a point not to affect any environmental issues already. That's how they service water. Utilities are already in the back part of the property, which is another reason why we explored it. So for us, we're doing this in good faith, and hopefully we've addressed everything that everybody has concerns over. For the DOT and traffic issues, let's note here, Cole Mill is already 4.5 lanes in this corridor. So all we're doing is extending a turning lane by way of what the DOT's recommendation is, and right now they're saying they want 1 full access. So we're proceeding kind of in that route. There was a note about 18 units an acre. That's not correct. It's only 12 units an acre, and the engineer noted that we would only likely achieve less than half of that because of the flood area and the wetland within the flood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Just close the public hearing first. At this time, I'm closing the public hearing.
Great. Thank you, Chair Cameron. Just a few quick things, especially because we have some new commissioners and you're seeing a lot tonight. So good first night for you to start. General rezonings, as this one is, we're required to allow them by the state of North Carolina. I'm not adding any qualitative statements about whether, we have to process them when they come in. We do advise as staff for applicants to consider exploring a textual or graphic development plan because people, as you know, we want to see commitments, we want to see where things are going to go. We can't require it as staff, but we do highly encourage it. So with that, I think Matthew was his name, tried to make some commitments. We can't actually accept any proffers on this because there is no development plan to proffer them on. If he would like to make some commitments, which I think the commission would be open to hearing and staff definitely would and have encouraged from the beginning, they would have to submit a textual development plan and commit to some of these things that they're offering tonight.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're open for commissioner discussion and questions. Commissioner Cutright.
Real quick, is this a for sale product or for rent?
That's yet to be determined. We're erring on the side of a for sale product.
Any other questions? You heard the directors, right? Mr. Johnson.
Just a couple of follow-ups. The watershed is a concern, and without the site plan, to the point that Alexander made, it's hard to kind of visualize this relative to the units proposed and safeguarding the conservation area and whatever. So to what Alexander just said, would the proffer be that you would come back with a site plan, you'd come back with the commitment to townhomes? Just trying to get my head straight on that.
Well, that's a great question. They would actually convert to a different application type, which is called a textual development plan. And we would confer with the planning director. It may or may not have to come back to planning commission depending on the commitments they make and change.
Thank you. And just because we were on the for sale or rent, these units, townhomes, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, how many people are going to be in the, and you said there's going to be now 30 townhomes if you go to townhomes?
Yeah, just from a preliminary layout, unit width, depth, roadways, open space, park areas, it's, according to our engineers, and Matt, you can chime in here, their preliminary layout's roughly 30 townhomes.
Yeah, Rami, and it's 30 to 40, and that's dependent on the entry and egress and how that proceeds as we go through design, what parts of the parcel are actually accessible.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Valentine.
Yeah, so I'm concerned about the environmental impact of this project, particularly because we don't know. Like, we don't know exactly how this project is going to turn out. But what I do know is that our city is paying a price with regards to the overdevelopment and the impact it's having on our waterways. And so it's going to be our children who's going to pay the price as they become taxpayers. And so I'm a little hesitant to say yes to a project consistent with some of the people in the community who have some concerns about what this is going to look like. And I think Mr. Cahill has actually offered an opportunity for you to reconsider your proposal and potentially bring it back. And so is that something that you would be considering?
Are we just talking about being able to say we're not doing apartments, like formally?
Well, I think having heard from the community, it's more than that. And so they need to know a little bit more specifics and the details regarding this project. And so not just the type, right? And so I think that would make me a little bit more comfortable in considering this moving forward.
Matt, do you want to speak a little bit about that? If that's something we could do a text only to kind of agree to do townhomes only. I know at the walk with the LRB Creek group and the neighbors, we handed out preliminary layouts. They were very well aware. That's why we held 2 phone calls with them, and it never really came up. So this is kind of a little bit of a surprise. They know the site. They know it can't be really overdeveloped, but maybe we could have shown that, I guess, on a 2D level. Matt, do you want to speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, so what I'm a little unclear on is that if we had provided a conceptual site plan for this, are you saying that that would have enabled us to proffer things? Or because what I heard was that it would have to be a textual development plan and a completely different rezoning application. Is that accurate?
Would the city staff answer that?
Yeah, so in order to sort of translate that conceptual idea to a development plan, a textual one, first they would need to update the application, but then provide just a text to describe conceptual building locations that can take in the form of build-to lines, additional setbacks, commitments to preserve, the floodplain, non-development in the floodplain. They could do all that within that textual development plan. But they would have to describe any technical items that, would be normally shown on a graphic development plan. Okay?
Is that something?
And that is,
oh, go ahead, Matt.
and that is not something that we can amend this with?
As Mr. Cahill said, you would need to update the application, and whatever proffers that you want to commit to, staff will need to look at that. Once we do, we will provide that to our director, and I believe that she will make the call whether or not that it needs to go back through Planning Commission or it can move forward to City Council. So it's just the degree of proffers that you would like to offer.
Any other questions from commissioners? None, because we rarely get any plans with drawings on at this commission. rarely. Anyway, we may get some descriptions, but we rarely get anything with building footprints on them. Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Chairwoman, thank you for that clarification, because being new, you always expect different things, so thank you. I think, though, in this case, because of the elements that were discussed, the watershed, the conservation, looking at where it's located from the proffers to where it'd be developed, it gives me a sense at least how it will add up at the end of the day. That's all I'm saying from the type of issues that were raised. But thank you, Chairwoman.
Yes. Yes, even on this or more, we rarely get any site plans or development plans. Which ones? Yes, Commissioner Cutright.
I will just make a quick comment that we should note that we do have a UDO in place, and that, I mean, there's only so much that can be done. And so to the extent that there are watersheds and things that need to be protected, that they will have to follow the Durham UDO, which should be set up to protect a lot of these things that we're talking about. So to the extent that this fits within the comp plan and some of the things that we want to see happen from a comp plan policy and a general development standpoint, my thought is that, if that works and this isn't too robust of a project, and my sense is that it's not, that, there's some room to think about moving forward with this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioners? Yes.
Can I add? I just wanted to add, I was following closely in the case before ours about how many of the 22 were met, and we really took that to heart. We went through it. There were 10 met, 12 unmet. 10 of the 12 unmet were not applicable to this case. So we really went through those one by one. And I did want to mention that we watched a few of these, just speaking kind of small time, we watched a few of these and we didn't notice many of those plans. We didn't think that we were to come here with those, and we weren't advised to, but we definitely want to do this the right way. And to the point of Commissioner Cutright here, it's not a robust situation. So if we do need to go in and add a townhome only situation, or if we wanted, I wish we pulled out the handouts that we handed all the neighbors showing it was townhome only. We could do that, but this is where we are today. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. I know there's someone on the Zoom with their hand raised, but the public hearing is closed, and I apologize. I cannot call on you at this time. So I'm asking for a motion to move this case forward.
Chair, as it relates to case Z2300006 1339 Coal Mill Road, make a motion that we send this case forward to City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to move case Z2300007 1339 Coal Mill Road forward with a favorable recommendation. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Grace-Mans?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease recused himself. Commissioner Valentine?
No.
Commissioner Woke?
No.
Commissioner Young?
No.
Motion passes 5-3.
Thank you. All righty, we have about almost 20 minutes before it's time to take our break. We want to go through this text amendment for this one. Good, okay. All right, we're going to hear the text amendment TC 23/03 Teer Quarry text amendment.
Great, thank you, Chair Cameron. And staff is recommending that you will make two motions at the end, but recommending essentially we bundle this because it's interrelated. So there'll be a textual text amendment and then a zoning map change. And they're both for Teer Quarry. We are actually, if it's okay with the chair, we have someone from water management here that's going to kick off her presentation, and then staff from planning will finish it out if that's okay, but they are on Zoom.
All righty.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
And I guess, Alexander, you're going to have to drive the presentation. Okay. So this is just what I'm going to go through, and basically I'm going to provide the context for this text amendment, which is the project that resulted in a water supply reclassification. Next. So these are our existing water supplies and future water supplies. So we've got Little River Reservoir, we got Lake Mickey. You can see to the north of the city and their respective watersheds. Next. Picture of Lake Mickey. It's an older lake built in 1926. Next. Little River Reservoir was built more recently in 1988. It's a larger lake. Next. Jordan Lake, we recently received an allocation of water supply from Jordan Lake, but it's not yet accessible. Next. This is just a table showing what I mentioned. So Lake Mickey and Little River Reservoir are water supplies that we now use. Jordan Lake is something that we will use in the future, but is not yet available. And so you can see that the total expected yield of our lakes is about 28 million gallons a day. Next. This shows our projected water supply demand. And I think what's most important to see is that our future demand exceeds our available supply. Next. This is where Teer Quarry comes in to our water resources portfolio. That's a picture of the lake. It's very pretty. Next. That shows where it is in the city. So it's to the north. It's off of Denfield Street. Next. So this is kind of where it fits in our water supply portfolio. And what we need to do is bring it online so that we can make ready and daily use of its storage. Next. Another picture of it, and this shows where the quarry is relative to the Eno River. You can see the Eno River is the blue line going from the left side of the screen to the right. There are little push pins. One is in Teer Quarry. One is showing where our proposed intake in the Eno River would be located, which is just adjacent to the quarry. If you look downstream, which is to the right, you will see a push pin which shows where we have an existing emergency intake. And then if you look to the left, upstream, you will see where there is a United States Geological Survey stream gauge located at Roxborough Road. Next. So we do have an existing emergency intake in the Eno River downstream. The proposed location for a new intake is upstream. It's at a higher elevation than the old emergency intake, which means it would be less energy to operate. It would have less impact on flows, but does require changing some property zoning designations from a protected area to a critical area. Next. This is a picture of what the proposed new intake would look like. That's the concrete you see at the lower part of the screen. That's basically all you would see. Next. This is just a diagram. We can go back to if you have questions. Next. So the Eno River water supply classification is a rulemaking process, and it required resolutions of support that came from our city council and our county commission. That was done back in 2000. And then this year, after years of study and public hearing, et cetera, the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission approved the water supply reclassification, and then that was finalized in June. Next. And I guess these are just points you can read, but
Yeah, I can take over from here, Sid.
yeah.
So talk a little bit about what does this mean? A lot of really important work around potable water and our water supply, but also what does it mean in terms of land use and the zoning designation? So as Sid said, the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission already reclassified the water. That is not part of this. What this is really designating where the watershed protections are. So with that, there is a proposal to create a new watershed overlay, which is the EA2. Right now, lots of acronyms, but we have an EB, which is the Eno protected. We have an EA, which is the Eno critical. And we're going to have the EA2, which is Eno critical 2. So what you're seeing is two things tonight. You're seeing a text amendment to add this zoning district to the ordinance. And then you're seeing a zoning map change to change any properties that are within a half mile of this new intake for the water supply from the EB and EA to EA2 classification. The purpose of this text amendment and zoning map change inherently is to protect the drinking water supply for Durham. So while the properties will change to the critical designation, it is important to note that properties are subject to the overlay rules at the time that the lot was created. So we talk about things being grandfathered in. If you built your house and you're a single family homeowner and you haven't replatted or subdivided since then, your regulations apply whenever your lot was created at the initial time. So we have a lot of homes that have been here a long time that this wouldn't apply to and they'd be grandfathered into. Where it would triggered is if somebody sells it and tries to, make it 100 apartments instead. So this map shows the areas that will be impacted. You can see the area in gray, dark gray to the kind of left or west. That is the Eno River protected area now. Then the lighter gray is the Eno River critical area. With the new orange proposed overlay, that is the EA2. So that is within a half mile of this water intake for Durham's future water supply. This is also in your packet as attachment D as well. But what does this mean? So essentially, there aren't a ton of changes. If you can see this table, kind of helps lay out what is allowed in the Eno protected and Eno critical. So the Eno protected is EB. Anything that's allowed in the base zoning district is still permitted in the EB. In the EA and the EA2, industrial uses and fuel sales are prohibited. Impervious surface, so there's a 24% limitation for the EA and EA2. The Eno B protected, which is slightly less restrictive, that has 24% for low density and 70% for high density option. Stream buffers, if you look at the riparian buffers, again for the critical EA and EA2, the perennial streams, the intermittent stream buffers, the perennial stream is slightly higher at 150 foot buffer, the intermittent is the stream at 50 feet. And then dimensional standards for lots, there's a 20,000 square foot minimum lot size for the EA and EA2 that we're proposing. And then the EB, all dimensional standards for base zoning are applied. So what's important is that the EA and EA2 don't have a really too many distinctions that are different in what the requirements are. The big difference is that we're protecting water within a half mile of that intake. So both have the same regulations, but the difference is the map distance for applicability. Just to lay it out, the EA is 1 mile from and draining to the Eno River water intake. The EA2 is a half mile from and draining to the Teer, Quarry, and Eno River water intake. So the two things you're looking at tonight, again, is the text amendment to add this zoning district. The second thing is to rezone those properties to the EA2 to help protect the water supply. After Planning Commission's recommendation vote, it would go to the Board of County Commissioners on December 11th and City Council on January 2nd. I think we moved that, didn't we? I think it's January 2nd for Board of County Commissioners. My apologies. So with that, I'm sure there are plenty of questions, but two motions will be for you to consider tonight. And
Can you go back to that slide where it said, what am I voting on? Yeah, nope. That one, yep, you skipped over that one real fast.
My apologies. Yeah. So these are the two things that you would be voting on tonight, is adding the new EA2 watershed designation to the UDO and rezoning the properties within that map that you saw in the watershed protection overlay attachment D from EB and EA to EA2. And staff are available to answer any questions, as well as Sid Miller from Water Management.
All right, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for this, right? I'm still doing public hearing. Yep. Open the public hearing. And we have Pam Andrews signed up to speak.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to share a few concerns I have about the Teer Quarry in general. This week, the EPA article in USA Today stated, toxic forever chemicals have been found in more than 1 in 4 public drinking water systems this year in concentrations at or above the Environmental Protection Agency's minimum reporting levels. That's according to the new EPA data released Thursday, showing hundreds of water systems have detected PFAS. Together, these systems provide drinking water to about 46 million people. So, of course, we wanted to look to see, do we fall on that map? And indeed, we do. Sure enough, Durham has shown our levels are 116% above the proposed limits. As Durham grows in population size, the city is exploring new sources for drinking water, but the prospect of using Teer Quarry is raising contamination concerns. A report commissioned by the Department of Environmental Quality shows toxic chemicals, including 1,4-dioxane, found in groundwater near the site are migrating towards the pit, which Attorney Jeff Geiser with the Southern Environmental Law Center made a comment that this was a very valid concern. It's known that forever chemicals because of how long it can take to break down into the environment. We've seen that what a problem it can be once it gets into the water supply. So in another report that was recently done, these are some of the articles that have been done recently on Teer Quarry. The high levels of severe toxic chemicals have been detected in groundwater near Teer Quarry, storage site for Durham's future water supply, and are migrating towards the pit itself, states documents shown. However, it is still uncertain if these compounds will reach the quarry, and if so, at what concentration. The contaminant of greater concern is the dioxane, a likely carcinogen. It was found in more than half of the 26 groundwater monitoring wells at levels 3 to 50 times greater than the state's target value for water supplies, according to consultant report filed with the NC Department of Water Quality. So my question is, why do we want to use this for Durham's drinking water? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present that would like to speak? We have 2 people with raised hands on the Zoom. Gwen, Jim Penix.
And I live in the old farm neighborhood, my husband and I. And our neighborhood, when we have bad water, usually floods, especially on Rippling Stream. So I'm wondering, how will this affect our neighborhood? what will we see any improvement, or is it going to get worse? And I want to make a comment. Durham Public Schools built their school on a area that has a lot of water underneath. There are houses on Seven Oaks that have water in backyards and pipes draining into people's yards. So how will this affect us and our drinking water? And that's my question. How will we improve, or how will things get better? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take those questions at the end of the public hearing. Next, we have Minji Bell.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Miji Bell. I'm one of the owners of 619 Rippling Stream Road in the Old Farm community. Our property is directly on the Eno River, and we've lived there for 49 years. My concern is similar to that of Ms. Andrews, who just stood and spoke. And I'm hoping the commission and staff from the Department of Water Management can adequately address those concerns before this project moves forward. My comment tonight was also going to be directed to that news article that first appeared exactly a year ago that detailed the high levels of contamination in the water that leads into Teer Quarry. As a neighborhood, we've certainly been briefed about the boundaries and the process for how water would be skimmed from the Eno and pulled into the quarry for drinking water. But before this project is considered further, with respect to the concerns that Ms. Andrews raised about contamination, I would really like to request that the planning staff provide a detailed report to the community and to this commission regarding the current water quality for Teer Quarry, as well as the water quality for the Eno River, that includes detailed clarification on how that contamination is in fact being mitigated and how this will be handled going forward. That information may already exist. I don't know. I've looked for it. I can't find it, but that would be very helpful to provide to the community. We fully understand that Durham is growing by leaps and bounds, and there's a need to create additional water supplies to support the population growth. We get it. So we're not necessarily opposing this, provided it can be done safely. Because what we don't want is for Durham to become the next Flint, Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak at this time? Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Would the city staff like to address the two questions from the Zoom participants?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cameron. I see Sid turned on his video, so I don't know if you want to go first, Sid, and I'll follow up.
So a lot of comments, but I guess a few points I can make. Number one is, yes, there is absolutely evidence of groundwater contamination, and that does include 1,4-dioxane. A few things I can say about that. One is we also look at all of that water quality monitoring data to include those monitoring wells. And we have been following all the water quality monitoring data for the past 25 years. We have been monitoring the water quality of Teer Quarry itself for the past 25 years. And what I can say about that is, number one, the contaminants that are in the monitoring wells are heavier than water and are slowly migrating downward. Eventually, they will dissipate from the monitoring wells. The second thing is we will never pull water from the groundwater. We have no interest in it. We are taking water from Teer Quarry. There's never been any evidence of 1,4-dioxane in Teer Quarry. We have not found it. We have looked for it for 25 years. We have not found it. Lastly, all of the water that we send to our customers is clean and safe. We treat all of the water that we send to our customers. It meets all EPA and state standards.
Thank you, Sid. And then I can, planning can address the question, and we'll happy to direct that participant to either providing those water quality monitoring reports that are from water management and not planning, but obviously we're collaborative, so we will work with them to get that, what's available. The second thing is, so there's questions, and we held a meeting last week with the Old Farm neighborhood, an informational meeting. Planning staff initiated that because we wanted to make sure that we were providing as much information as we could. We received a lot of questions about flooding, and the answer is that this does not address flooding. This does not address the flooding of the Eno River. This does not address flooding on private property. This is to protect the water supply that people use for drinking water. That is separate and different. We did provide a contact information to residents that were interested in trying to explore any potential options with our minor engineering group that oversees floodplain management, and happy to provide that information again tonight. If people would like to reach out, we can provide that contact information. But this project does not address flooding on private property. And I think the biggest thing is it doesn't address flooding on the Eno River. We do not control the Eno River and where it flows, and we are sensitive to flooding issues. However, we cannot address that within the scope of this project.
I think that is it. All right, so the current time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're now open for commissioner discussion and questions. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. Sorry, it was on. Thank you to staff for the presentation, covering a lot of information into the comments from the members of the public, particularly regarding the contamination that exists in the area. And I think what staff just concluded their comments with is the most important point for us as a commission, and that's what Alexander pointed out, is that this is a watershed protection overlay that we're considering. And the text amendment process that's before us is to allow that watershed protection ordinance to advance. The decisions as to whether to use or when to use whatever may be facilitated through tapping into the Eno and the Teer Quarry, that's, in my mind, that's not a land use decision. That's not even a zoning decision. This is the mechanism whereby we would be allowing that to occur such that all the other things are addressed. And the last comments about the 25 years of monitoring that have been occurring both in the groundwater wells, in the monitoring wells and in the quarry itself are comforting in the sense that there's a detailed level of understanding that's been established. So I'm perfectly comfortable supporting the text amendment. And thanks to staff for all the work.
Thank you. Any other? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to clarify, is there any residential property that's going to be affected by boring or any other aspect to make this work from Enos to the quarry?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. That's a great question. That came up at the neighborhood meeting as well. So a distinction is that boring and blasting are actually different processes. Boring would not have any sort of residual impacts or effects like blasting potentially could. I will caveat that planning does not oversee blasting permits. We don't regulate that. That is outside our purview. Doesn't mean we don't care. It's outside our purview. This does not involve blasting the quarry. This involves boring, which is a different method and does not have any sort of residual kind of vibrations, I think, is what you're getting at.
Yeah, actually, the National Energy Technology Lab report may counter that if we were to look more detailed depending on the type of boring. That's why I asked the question. I saw the Q&A where it was indicated that it would not have an impact, but yet I read a report, a federal report, that would indicate it could have an impact. That's why I'm saying, if there's any impact, is there any residential area that would be impacted?
So I'll defer to Sid Miller if he has additional information. That's not a question I am able to answer.
Okay.
If if you can pull up the presentation and show that aerial image of the quarry and the river, I think we can show that where we intend to bore a tunnel is quite a ways from the neighborhood. Yeah, whoop, back. Yep, no, the next one, sorry. It's the one that's got the yellow push pins in it. Too far. Yes, that one right there. Okay. So the old farm neighborhood you see to the west of the quarry, that yellow push pin is the approximate location where the intake would be located. And then the shortest distance from that push pin to the quarry is where the tunnel would be. So basically it'd be going under what looks like a road.
So to clarify, the half mile, the mile to half mile, does that bring in any residential area or not?
So the areas are already in a watershed protection overlay. This is moving it to a more restrictive overlay, which is EA2, to protect the water supply, which is a zoning designation, which is independent of water management's project to build an intake and treat water that is potable and serve Durham residents. I don't know if that helps.
A little bit. My other question is, you cited North Carolina review of the project. Can you clarify what that was intended and what that conclusion meant?
So this was already reclassified by state of North Carolina. I believe it's the Environmental Management Commission, or is it DEQ?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments from commissioners? None. Are we ready to move first the text amendment forward?
Sure. Chair, as it relates to text amendment TC 230003 Teer Quarry text amendment, make a motion that we move this forward with a favorable recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. Is that where this is going?
The text amendment will be for both.
Board of Commissioners and City Council, the favorable recommendation.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to move case text amendment, sorry, not case, but TC 23-003 Teer Quarry text amendment forward with a favorable recommendation to both the City Council and the County Commissioners. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Grace-Manns?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Woke?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. May we have the motion for, for zoning, rezoning?
Is there a number?
Z23.
Same thing, I see.
No, it's different.
Yeah, I see it right here. I got it. Chair, as it relates to case Z2300030 Teer Quarry zoning map change, I make a recommendation that we move this case forward with a favorable recommendation to City Council.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine that we move case, I lost it now, Z2300030 Teer Quarry zoning map change forward with a favorable recommendation to City Council. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron,
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Graves-Mand,
Yes.
Commissioner Durham,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease,
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Woke,
Yes.
Commissioner Young.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. We are now recessed for 10 minutes. Let's come back at 7:50. Thank you.
Our new Durham Planning Dashboard is now live and ready to be used by residents, businesses, and the development community. The dashboard is designed to share what our city-county planning department is doing and the potential impact. You're invited to take some time to explore development trends, the different department work groups, or use the interactive mapping tools to review a project yourself. For each set of activities and information found on the dashboard, the department describes what it is, what it means, and why it's important. You can also use the dashboard to get engaged, ask questions, and share your input. It's important to note that the data is linked to our data reporting system. When the data is updated quarterly, this site will automatically be updated. Check out the new dashboard now at durhamnc.gov/338.
When an emergency strikes in Durham County, do you know what to do? Receive critical, time-sensitive information straight to your device with Alert Durham.
Alert Durham provides you with critical information quickly for incidents like severe weather, hazardous materials, evacuations, and more. You can even choose the type of alerts you want to receive and how you want to receive them. Just go to alertdurham.com to register quickly and easily. Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe with Alert Durham.
¿Sabe qué hacer cuando ocurre una emergencia en el condado de Durham? Reciba información sensible y crítica directa a su teléfono con Alert Durham.
Alert Durham
provee información crítica y rápida acerca de incidentes como tormentas, materiales peligrosos, evacuaciones y más. Usted puede escoger el tipo de alerta y cómo quiere recibirla. Entre a alertdurham.com y regístrese rápido y fácil. Esté alerta, esté informado, esté seguro con Alert Durham.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
Arkansas. He was the head of the Board of Transportation. Okay. Which doesn't exist anymore. But I was detailed down there. Okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I was looking. It depends on what part of Jersey. Southern Philly, New Jersey. So I'm from the part of Jersey, Jersey City from Philly. Yeah. Well, a good friend of mine who's the regional administrator. Yeah, is it Philly? She's in New York. Oh, she's done all about it. You know, Giants play Philly, the Eagles this season. Yeah. Just migrated over. I used to be faced with this Thomas in the South. Okay. I started out as a grade yeah. Just lucky all the guys up there. But now it's all about the command. Yes, right. Of course, interested everything. Steelers, though, I'm impressed. Pickens, right? They make it exciting every time. They seem to be at the last 30 seconds on the right side of the game. Well, Thomason, they talk about all these great coaches. Year after year after year, he gets into the play. They may not go to the final. Oh, yeah, that's 16. Yeah, I mean, and that takes chemistry. I used to say that if you got a star that doesn't play his team, you don't have a team. Yeah. And
We, the people.
Nosotros, de gente.
我们人民.
Hum sab log. We, the people, hold these truths.
To be self-evident that all men
And women are created equal.
And shall be afforded
the inalienable right
to fair housing.
The City of Durham and HUD are committed to ensuring that everyone is treated equitably when searching for a place to call home.
See a pothole? There's an app for that. Missed pickup? There's an app for that. Need to set up water service? There's an app for that too. Introducing the One Call app. Report your service requests online on your schedule. Just download for free from the App Store or Google Play Store. Then, sign up and start using it to report problems, check the status of your service request, or just find out more information. Try the Durham One Call app today.
It took a lot, and I mean, the day we were dealing with, there's a lot of stuff there. It took a lot to respond to. He was very analytical. He was kind of looking at
We all here?
Yeah, I remember my first meeting.
Call the meeting back to order. We're going to hear case TC 23-0001, Omnibus 18 text amendment. You're ready for the staff report whenever you are.
Great, thank you, Chair Cameron. Alexander Cahill with the Planning Department. So tonight it's a night of text amendments. Normally y'all don't see a lot, but they are all grouped tonight. So just a quick kind of overview and reminder is that a text amendment is a proposed change or revision to the existing zoning rules and regulations. In Durham, the Unified Development Ordinance, or as y'all will hear, UDO, is a tool that regulates how development looks, feels, and sounds in the city and county of Durham. Most text amendments require the Board of County Commissioners and City Council to both approve them. However, if one board approves them the other, then it would only be effective in that essentially jurisdictional area. Omnibus is an amendment that staff brings through usually once a year, every now and then twice a year if there are a lot of issues identified, but generally it is around technical revisions, so things that we've noticed that are creating problems, issues across, kind of a metadata review. And then this year, we're also adding, we're going to start adding some comprehensive plan implementation to try to start implementing some elements as we move forward throughout the process. Some people may know on this commission that the ordinance will be rewritten over the next 18 months. We have a consultant called Code Studio. We also have engagements consultants that will be working the engagement side of this. And within, that's probably a little aggressive timeline, but 18 months we'll have a new ordinance that would be coming through for y'all's review. So one of the things that we like to say is we are, at this point, amendments that come in from us or developers, they're really kind of a test, right? We're seeing how they work because we have a little bit of time built in between when we redo it and when these take effect. So this omnibus is broken into two kind of sections. The first is the comprehensive plan implementation. We're trying something a little different, talking about each of the changes, what the purpose of the changes, and then what the intended outcome is. This is the first time we've tried this, so bear with us. It'll be an iterative process. We'll hear from you, we'll hear from the community, and keep trying to change it and make it better and more clear, because we realize a lot of this language is really inaccessible for most people. I know it is for me some days too. So the first change is right now the mailing notification area is 600 feet. So that's when a public hearing notice is sent. We send out notices to within 600 feet of the property being rezoned or annexed. This change we are proposing to change to 1,000 feet, which would be on the higher end of pure jurisdictions. One of the reasons is we have a lot of county residents, and when you do 600 feet, if you have a pretty large property, you may not be noticing enough people. So when we move it to 1,000 feet, we really are, one, informing more people, but also hopefully reaching more neighbors in the rural areas. This is for rezonings, annexations, as you can see in the list on the slide and in the omnibus are the two biggest ones. And so we're hoping the goal helps to reach more residents, and it's also in line with the comprehensive goal of building more community relationships. The next change is to allow a resident signposting for multifamily rental properties when address information is not available for direct mail notices. So one of the things we run into right now is we don't have an accurate way to notify renters of changes, of development changes coming. One of the reasons is there actually are now really good up-to-date databases on this. And so what we're proposing is a change where if we are unable to obtain those addresses, we will, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to ask the applicants to do this and have them submit an affidavit, but post a sign on rental properties so that they are notified of changes as well. Because as of right now, we get a lot of return letters, and we've been tracking those. And for rental properties, a lot of renters are just not able to participate or engage because they're not aware of this. So the intended outcome is really to ensure those in rental communities are notified of public hearings and have the same access as homeowners, which is in line with the comprehensive plan goal of community relationships. The next change is another comprehensive plan implementation item. This is really, we've heard a lot about the child care crisis. It's not unique to Durham, it's across the country. But one of the ways that we are looking to address it is to ensure that our use category of a daycare is actually in line with state statutes. So there's one less layer of red tape between what we require in the city and what the state requires. Right now, our daycare definitions do not presently align with the state regulations. And so we're proposing that we actually change child care standards to, one, be called childcare instead of daycare, and two, tie them to state standards. That way, if they change, become more restrictive, have more requirements, it will automatically be in line with what the state requires. This is in line with the comprehensive plan policy around increasing access to childcare facilities, which is something that we heard from the community throughout the process. The next one, I'll be curious to watch some of your faces as specifically, as I go through this one. This next change is in consultation with Durham Public Schools, and this is to remove the requirement to obtain a special use permit, and instead require a zoning map change for schools if it's not allowed in that district. We worked pretty closely with DPS, and we identified in their 10-year capital plan some potential barriers to them building new schools that they need to. We've seen some cases where there's not enough capacity, and we know they need some more facilities. One barrier is what's called the quasi-judicial hearing process. So when it's a special use permit, it has to go in front of the Board of Adjustment. We can get into that offline at some point if you want to know more, but the Board of Adjustment is quasi-judicial, meaning you have to provide evidentiary testimony, and it creates a barrier for Durham Public Schools. When they go through the zoning map change process, they're able to provide some additional commitments, proffers if they so choose, and also provide opportunity for the community to provide input, which they would not necessarily be able to do on a Board of Adjustment hearing. So this aligns with the comprehensive plan policies around coordination with DPS and aid in the facilitation and construction of DPS facilities, and also work to integrate DPS with the surrounding community. If it's coming within a zoning map change process, you'll be able to look at the larger context just like you would with any case. So those are the comprehensive plan items that, based on feedback, we're able to kind of jump on and start implementing now. The second part is our technical updates. So again, this is identified looking at cases across the department that come in, where potential pinch points are, and how do we address them. So the first one is pretty benign. The tax office actually changed what they called a PID or a parcel ID to what's a real estate ID. Some of you have made notice that some of their systems have updated and don't have the same functionality. So the read is mentioned a couple times in the ordinance, so we are changing it to match. The second thing, which again is in response to community input, specifically from some members here tonight, is there is a current gap if an annexation is denied by the city council. There's nothing that treats the zoning map change that is associated with it. So essentially it's still active, it's still alive. I know y'all know which case that happened with. And so this is a proposal to say, if an annexation is denied by the city council, the concurrent rezoning would automatically be withdrawn. So they would have to, start from scratch, start from the beginning, submit a new application, submit a new annexation, and it kind of creates, it removes that, it's just been unable to treat it because it's not identified in the ordinance. There's some changes to align with state law, which includes a 180-day grace period for subdividers to file and record approved exempt plat status before status becomes void. That's in line with state statutes. And then another one is a change that essentially aligns with something we already do, that allows street closing applications to come to the planning department instead of the clerk's office. We've been doing that for a while. The clerks, they haven't gone to the clerk's office in a couple of years, I think 2, maybe 3 years. So we're aligning the ordinance to match with how that works. The next thing is Article 5 use regulations. So we added that, kind of care center and changed that definition from daycare. It also has some definitions around adult care centers, which we'll get to kind of at the end here. So we need to update the public and civic use categories to include these care centers, also to include educational facilities and medical facilities because they weren't actually previously included in public and civic uses. We are updating the commercial use category to allow retail sales and services and research and development. And then updating the industrial use category, and then removing accessory structure requirement. So the last one, I think, brought up a lot of questions before. This is really because the building code says that this is how it needs to be handled, so we need the ordinance to follow it. This is removing the accessory structure requirement to construct a fire obstruction wall for structures located less than 5 feet from the property line. And this is just to align with the existing building code. Next is design standard changes. So right now, we're proposing a change to permit a traditional house within the 0 lot line design. For those of you that don't know what a zero lot line is essentially when your property follows right on the property line, your house or the footprint of the house might be right on the property line. Or if you, sometimes we call it a zero lot line if there's almost no yard in between. This is creating some issues now with the ability to construct single-family units with rear-loaded alley access. We know that we've seen requests for rear-loaded alley access, and even from Planning Commission and elected officials. So the intended outcome is to allow for the construction of traditional houses with rear alley access to increase the supply of available traditional housing units. The other change, and you can see the images on the screen of what this will look like, is to increase the maximum number of driveways allowed from duplexes from 1 to 2. Right now, only 1 is allowed. This is really coming from actually some issues among community members that are having a hard time maybe potentially sharing driveways. Also because people depend on their car to get to work, to get to childcare, to get to school, and they need a place to park it off street. So this should help. We've noticed that there's been a very small amount of duplexes being built. And when we talk to the development community and try to understand why, one of the things that we've understood is that the driveway is a limitation for them. The next thing is a good change to the environmental protections. So right now there's an exemption for tree coverage for 1 and 2 family dwellings in the infill standards section. And we are in line with community input and also evidentiary best practices. We would like to encourage tree coverage in infill areas with single family and duplex units. Therefore, that exemption is being proposed to be removed. This would in line with the intended outcome of increasing the tree canopy as found in the comprehensive plan environmental policies. Next 2 changes, buffers. So we are making a change to clarify that a 0.6 opacity buffer is required for a development adjacent to another county. This is actually to address an issue where development that occurs along the county line, there is no requirement because the zoning districts in the neighboring county are not something that are within our UDO. So therefore, there's been no way to treat them. So we are clarifying that a 0.6 opacity buffer will be required along that county line when there's not explicitly requirements in the ordinance to do otherwise. This is to ensure the environmental standards apply to development at the edge of the county as well. And then we're also making a change to nonconformities, clarifying that this is one of those technicals, clarify that the prohibition in creating nonconformities unless otherwise allowed in the article, it's not explicit in the ordinance now that nonconformities cannot be created, ironically, so we are just clarifying that you can't create a nonconformity. This is to ensure that regulatory standards apply to new and redevelopment. And then lastly, so one of the things that y'all know or are learning is that the way we define things matters probably the most, because when we can define something, then we can understand how the zoning does apply or potentially how it should be applied. So we are adding a few definitions that will add, clarify, and modify those definitions for accessory dwelling units, care centers, educational facilities, and bars. The present list of uses does not fully capture proposed uses that we are seeing in the market or aligning with state definitions. And our intended outcome is to align with these state definitions to ensure uses that are being properly regulated, and any impacts are mitigated. So these definition changes include accessory dwelling units, bars, breweries, wineries, and distilleries, and then care centers, which now have 4 different designations that are in line with how care centers are defined by the state. With that, I know that's a lot of information. It can be a little overwhelming, but staff is here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the public hearing is open. Do we have no one signed up? Please step to the podium and state your name and your address.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Donna Steinbeck, and my address is 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham, and I'd like to commend the Planning Department for extending the notification of changes to zoning from 600 foot to 1,000 foot. We're very grateful for that because as part of the Preserve Rural Durham, that the name captures what we're running into. The other thing that I was glad to hear about was removing the exemption for tree coverage. I think that we should have tree coverage rules throughout, you know, all the zoning requirements. So I'm very appreciative of that, or we were, is a better way of saying it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Rebecca Freeman. I live in Durham County on Southview Road. Just have two questions for a little bit of elaboration. I think it was Article 5, and it said update the industrial use category. Could you expound on that just a little bit, please, about what the updates would be? And then Article 7, the zero lot line. I guess I'm not familiar with this particular type of arrangement. What does someone do when their house backs up to their line with their stormwater, with cleaning their windows or doing anything to the back? They couldn't access the back of their house. How does that work? Would another house be able to build up next to the zero lot line too? Or just to, I mean, how close could they get to the house that is on the zero lot line? Enough to just go through sideways? Thank you. Maybe I'm off. I don't understand.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. They'll answer questions at the end of, yeah. You're going to answer it now? You're going to?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Grace Smith, Planning Department. So typically with a zero lot line, they're not zero lot line all the way around. Typically it's something that you'll see in the more urban areas. The house may be pulled, or a building would be pulled to the front. So there's still room in the back and the side. Typically is what you see with a zero lot line development. And they don't typically, I mean, downtown zero lot lines really do mean zero lot line. In the downtown core, these downtown buildings really are built on the property lines. But in a neighborhood, you would typically see the house pulled to the front and very little area around back, but there's still area, typically common space for you to get like to the back, maybe on your patio or something to clean your windows, if you're on a townhome type development, so. The Unified Development Ordinance applies to the city and the county, but that doesn't mean that you're going to see the same development patterns and trends in both places. It's to the entire county, but it's not going to happen in every development, that particular type of situation. Not typical to your suburban and rural areas.
Thank you. Next speaker? Is there someone else? Is there someone else that wanted to speak? No.
Thank you, Chair Garman. I just want to answer the question about the industrial. So actually, sorry if that was confusing. So the research and development category is currently under industrial. We're actually removing it from industrial and moving it to institutional. My apologies.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're now open for commissioner discussion and questions. None? Commissioner Cease?
Thank you. Thank you for covering a lot of territory in your presentation. I've got just two, possibly three questions. One question I have relates to the required buffer along the county boundary and just the wording of that relative to parcels that may straddle the county boundary. How does that come into play?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So to clarify, if there are, say there's a parcel and then another parcel in between the county line, whatever the zoning is, sorry, not the zoning, whatever the use is will dictate what the boundary is now. But if you're right on the county line, whatever that zoning district is, say in Chatham County, they don't have an equivocal zoning use for us to use in our buffer table. So it'd be treated automatically as a 0.6.
Okay, and just to be clear, staff is comfortable with the wording such that there would not be a scenario in which that opacity buffer would have to be incorporated into the development of a parcel that straddles the line.
Correct.
All right, perfect. Other question is related to the footnote added to, it's on page 23 of 26 in the attachment regarding the traditional house. A traditional house shall be permitted when it can meet the width and/or area dimensional standards. Do you see, have you found that yet? Shouldn't it be either and or? It seems confusing to me, at least.
So page 23?
23, yeah. This is section, this is the zero lot line house design standard section. Oh, I'm sorry. 23 in the printed version, 26 of the PDF.
Absolutely, that should be cleaned up. It shouldn't say and or. Correct.
Okay, great. And then third is a request for just a bit more explanation. I use zero lot line houses all the time in my practice. I'm a fan of what they allow us to do in terms of solving many issues regarding housing and urban development and connectivity and all those things. But I'm not quite clear on just the mechanics of what this change means, allowing them in these other zoning ordinances. And maybe I'll frame the question this way. The zero lot line, I'm sorry, a traditional house for zero lot line type, is that only something that occurs in conjunction with a project? That's not something that somebody can come in on an existing lot in whatever those districts are and just build zero lot line. Is that correct?
Correct, as part of the infill standards.
Infill standards. And so what change is being enacted? I'm not trying to trick you, I'm trying to understand it.
So I'm going to defer to.
I'll be honest with you, Commissioner Cease. From what I understand from the staff that actually suggested this change is that we are not seeing hardly any, if any, traditional houses being built in these situations. We're trying to open up for that housing type to be more prevalent than it is now. So that's what I understand from the staff that added this. So.
I concur with the goal. I'm just not quite seeing
Understand. We
the
talked
way in
about
which
it
it
a lot
works.
internally and we're like, is it really, do we look at this now or wait till the rewrite? Is this really something we need to do? We don't typically see it much anyway, from what I understand.
Right.
So.
And to be clear, I would not want to preclude it in a development where it's all coordinated, but I'm concerned just about the extent to which change may allow, building code prohibitions to be introduced to an adjacent parcel because of something that this particular change allows.
Right. Well, we can certainly take that into consideration as it moves forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Any other? Mr. Johnson.
I'm concerned about the zero lot line. I haven't gotten a good enough explanation. My strongest suggestion would be to remove it and leave everything. I've got some other questions because I'm just not seeing, I understand the access point and getting, what you call the rear alley access. But as you heard a moment ago, I'm just concerned about scope and impact. So without further information, I can't see that right now. The other two questions I had is the change for schools. Special use permit now zoning. Schools are very sensitive, very impactful. What does this really do in terms of the change? I know it moves the venue, so to speak, or moves the protocol, but why are we proposing this change?
So in coordination with Durham Public Schools, this is a change they said would help remove a barrier to them helping develop new schools. and that would bring it before this body instead of the Board of Adjustment. Happy to talk offline about what the Board of Adjustment does and their scope, but a special use permit has a very specific set of evidentiary criteria that has to be met as part of a quasi-judicial process. The other answer is special use permits have actually been used to kind of segregate uses, and it has a very strong and equitable kind of lens and background to it, which I'm happy to talk about at some other point. But so the real change is it comes before the Planning Commission, comes before the elected officials, and allows people that are non-evidentiary to provide input at a public hearing.
Okay, I hear you. I'm just trying to process it from the impact standpoint. The last one, you didn't mention in your briefing Article 6. I didn't hear that discussed, where a wider variety of housing types in RS10, RS8, and RSM. I didn't hear that briefed out. Can you spend a couple minutes in saying what that's for?
Yeah, I won't spend a couple of minutes, but I will say that expands the housing types per the kind of vision policy of the comprehensive plan and our elected officials at both the Board of County Commissioners and City Council. They would like to see some differentiated housing types allowed in zoning districts. That includes allowing duplexes, townhouses, multifamily units, and potentially other housing types in the future.
So you're telling me that it's more aligned with the comprehensive plan? Is that what I would take away from that response?
I'm going to reiterate what I said. So what I said was it's in line with both the comprehensive plan and what both elected bodies have asked for in the past.
All right, so this is taking it down the road. All right, thank you. What would you be open to removing the one on the zero lot line?
We'd be happy to explore and follow up with y'all and provide some more information. I think we'd like to consult with Assistant Director Bo Dobrinsky on that one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Cutright.
Just a quick question on the change from 600 to 1,000. Today, the requirement is that the mail notices go to property owners. We're talking about renters. Is there not a way we can just say that it goes to those property addresses and property owners in this?
Grace is actually the expert on this one.
Grace Smith. So we've already tried that, Commissioner Cutright. The problem we're having is that the site addresses in the tax records don't always equate to a mailing address on site. So we mail it, and that's not the mailing address. We don't know what the mailing address is, and we can't drive out and do a windshield survey of hundreds and hundreds of units. We just don't have time and the staff to do that. So instead of mailing 100 and maybe 300 letters, we've done that with some cases, and they've all come back, and we know no one got the letters, but we tried, which the ordinance says we tried, so we tried. And this is not state law. This is, so it's two things. We're expanding the notice from 600 to 1,000. We've already started to mail to residents. We've already been doing that. The problem, and the reason we're adding the signage as an additional layer is because of the returned mail. And so Raleigh has a model that we've talked to them and appears to work. We even have people in Durham that asked us, had we looked at the Raleigh model, and we had, where they put out a sign, maybe if you're mailing 400 notices to an address that's 300 feet from a subject zoning, you put a sign out in front of that property, just like you do the property that's being rezoned, but it will not say zoning or Z, it'll say R for resident, and it's their notice, so they know something's happening near their property. But that's why we're doing it, so yeah.
Any other questions? Comments, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Cease.
Yeah, just a comment that occurs to me that it's been a while since we've had an omnibus text amendment provision presented to us, and there's got a number of new commissioners on here, and I'm also reflecting on some of the comments we've heard from the elected bodies is a very important part of what we as individual commissioners can contribute to our efforts here is to fill out comments where we address specific concerns. So to your question, for instance, about removing something, where there's, even if many of us or all of us have concerns about it. If the bulk of what's before us is something that has been considered extensively by staff, then allowing it and supporting the effort to go forward while identifying quite clearly in our comments allows both staff to address that in more detail and highlights the concern if it is not addressed in detail sufficiently to either the commissioners or the city council members. So those comments are really an important part of what we can do. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I call for a vote, I just need to ask the people that stood up and commented on this, if you could please sign the sign-up sheet for the record before you leave here. All right. Already ready to move this forward? All right. Commissioner Cutright and Commissioner Valentine.
Chair, as it relates to text amendment TC 2300001, Omnibus 18 text amendment, I make a recommendation that we move this forward with a favorable recommendation to City Council.
Thank you.
And Board of Commissioners.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Valentine to move TC 2300001, Omnibus 18 text amendment forward to the City Council and the County Commissioners with a favorable recommendation. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Graves-Mann?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
With the follow-up that we'll have, yes.
Commissioner Cease?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Woke?
Yes.
And Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Moving on to text amendment TC 23-0004, Pedestrian Mall text amendment. May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, good evening. Chair Cameron, Alexander Cahill with the Planning Department. We received a privately initiated text amendment which proposes a change to the UDO paragraph 16.4.3C1 to change the maximum allowable width of pedestrian malls from 50 to 75 feet. The proposal aims to provide a pleasant, safe, and walkable experience for community members in pedestrian mall plazas. The intent is for the additional space to be dedicated to street-level activities like dining, sitting, and play areas, larger green space, landscaped areas, along with greater transitions between development and adjacent areas. Staff have also carried out some additional research to see how other jurisdictions have treated pedestrian malls. It has been a range in peer jurisdictions across North Carolina from 32 feet to 112 feet, with most falling in between 60 and 80 feet. For a pedestrian mall to be successful, a number of factors do need to be in place. There needs to be amenities, a mix of uses, higher density, outdoor seating and dining, nighttime and daytime activities that activate space, water features, and playing space for children and families. The design needs to be pedestrian design level, multi-generational, and ADA accommodation. The landscaping needs to have a tree canopy and green space. There needs to be connectivity to other areas. And then also there needs to be a safety element, including good lighting and safety across intersections. So based on the successful pedestrian malls in other places in North Carolina, the applicant has proposed to change from 50 to 75 feet. At the Joint City-County Planning Committee, elected officials advised that we could possibly go higher if there were additional amenities. As such, this amendment is now allows up to 75 feet or allows an option to go up to 100 feet if additional amenities are provided, such as a higher rate of trees and landscaping, an additional outdoor seating, and or a public art feature. These are all per the request of the Joint City-County Planning elected officials. I will show real quickly something that are an example so you can see of what different pedestrian mall sizes look like. So this is CCB Plaza. This is a 75-foot essentially pedestrian mall. That's what that would look like. Brightleaf Square, so this, you're probably pretty familiar with that. That is a much more narrow one. That is the current 50 feet, so that's what the 50 feet looks like. And then if you find this midpoint in the American Tobacco campus, this is pretty close to the 100-foot maximum that would be allowed with additional amenities. This is at 95 feet. Thank you so much, staff, and also the applicant that initiated this text amendment is here this evening. I believe it's Jeremy Anderson.
Thank you. Has anyone signed up to speak on this? Would like to speak on this? Nope. Anyone would like to speak on it? Here, in person? Anyone on the Zoom that would like to speak on this? All right, going once, going twice, closing the public hearing and opening up for commissioner discussion and questions. Commissioner Cease.
The briefest of comments. Thank you for the aerials with the dimensions. Those are helpful to provide context.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How does this impact parking? One of the things I've experienced with pedestrian malls is it usually takes up space where parking is today or limits the traffic flow. So this would be open anywhere in future development. I'm trying to put this in the context for me.
Yeah, Alexander Cahill, Planning Department, and the applicant is also here if you would like to ask them any questions. The parking minimums would be separate from a pedestrian mall, so you are required to meet parking minimums based on the use independent of a pedestrian mall.
I'm sorry to be dense. Does that affect parking or not if they do the pedestrian mall at the larger space from 50 to 75 and then 100? Potentially take away parking spaces.
I would direct that question to the applicant because that would not be in the purview of planning.
Thank you.
Jeremy Anderson, landscape architect, Thomas and Hutton. I did not sign up to speak, so apologize, but I think the answer is no. I mean, these are pedestrian spaces. I can't envision a model where we have parking in these spaces. This is not along the street. These are pedestrian spaces. That's just simply widening. So there are no, these pedestrian malls are dedicated to the downtown, the design district. There's no parking regulations, so you're not really affecting that regulation, but these are not proposed to be vehicular spaces anyways. So it shouldn't affect parking at all.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Ready to move this forward? May I have a motion to move this case forward?
Chair, as it relates to text amendment TC 230004, pedestrian mall text amendment, I make a recommendation that we move this forward with a favorable recommendation to both City Council and the County Board of Commissioners.
Second.
Whoa. All right. It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Cease to move case TC 230004 pedestrian mall text amendment forward with a favorable recommendation to the City Council and Board of County Commissioners. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Grace Mans?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Woke?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Sir, make sure you sign that sheet. Thank you. All right. Last item for the evening, text amendment TC 230005, conservation subdivisions text amendment. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening. I'm Curtis Massey with the County Attorney's Office. All right. You've had the materials. I'm not going to go through those in any depth. It's late enough, and I'm sure you've read them and thoroughly understand them. But there are certainly a few matters I want to make sure to highlight for you. As he said, the amendment concerns conservation subdivisions, and the intent of the amendments before you are about preserving the status quo and confirming what are the applicable standards to qualify as a conservation subdivision. Now, conservation subdivisions are a planning option within the rural residential tier, providing more concentrated development in portions of a subdivision in exchange for preserving other areas as open and natural space or that have other significance to them. Now, the initial obligation is to preserve at least 50% of the property within the subdivision as natural or open space. But it's not simply 50%. There are very specific exacting standards defined within 6.24H as to what properties can qualify for that preservation. Now, as I say, when you look here, and the reason we're here is because of litigation, and that's why I got drug in. Normally you have the very polished planning staff. Now you got me tonight. Now, the purpose of conservation subdivisions is provided in 6.24A. And there is a laundry list there, some of which are purposes which may be achieved, some of which are collateral benefits. And we've had the opponents to an approved subdivision come forward and sue the county, saying that the county commissioners misinterpreted and misapplied the ordinance, that this list is mandatory and each and every one of those 12 purposes, as they are called, must be met. There's a few problems with that. Now, they filed litigation. It went to Superior Court. They lost. They've now appealed it to the Court of Appeals. In a year or two, we'll probably get an answer. If they want to go further, we may be 3 years before we get an answer. At the same time, right now, because of the way they are arguing this ordinance should be interpreted, if somebody else applies for a conservation subdivision and it's approved, somebody else could file a lawsuit challenging it. At the same time, the language they are arguing about is easily modified, consistent with how that language and this ordinance has been interpreted by the planning staff and the Board of County Commissioners over the last 17, 18 years that it's been in effect. Now, if you can go to the next, because what I want to highlight for you is that what they call the 12 purposes in the ordinance, when you start to look at them, you'll realize several of them are not purposes. Let's start with the very first one. Or rather, they're not purposes that can be achieved. The first one, provide flexibility of design in order to promote environmentally sensitive and efficient uses of the land. A perfectly valid purpose, but again, in terms of being achieved, it's squishy. It generally describes why conservation subdivisions are a good thing and a goal to have. Now, take a look at number 4. Permit clustering of homes on less environmentally sensitive soils. Again, that's something that can be accomplished. You look at 6 and 7, and what do they talk about? Promoting certain activities. Number 8 encourages things. That's not commandatory, shall, must be met language. Number 9, which I've got in blue, encourage street designs that reduce traffic speeds and reliance on main arteries. To be honest, that's completely unrelated to what conservation subdivisions are about. Why it's in there, I don't know. But one of the amendments proposal is to take it out because it's unrelated. Number 10, promote construction of landscaped walking trails and paths. Again, encouraging certain potential outcomes is not commandatory language. The commandatory language, the actual standards, are in 6.24H. And that's also an attachment to the package. And what you will notice is the first thing up, at least 80% of the required open space shall consist of primary conservation areas. And then they go in and there is again a list of the type of property, the type of features that will constitute a primary conservation area. You look at this. Flood hazard areas, wetlands protected by the Army Corps of Engineers, water bodies not including created stormwater management facilities, areas of at least 5,000 square feet having natural slopes greater than 25%. Forest of 1 acre, at least 1 acre, in which healthy hardwood trees having a diameter of at least 10 inches comprise at least 50% of the area. Those are specific standards. And 80% of a conservation subdivision, the open space, the natural space, falls within these categories. Now, I also want to make note of a couple of more, and you're probably going to look at your monitors because of the captioning. But when you get down to the bottom, you'll see they talk about sites identified for designation in the National Register of Historic Places, and at the very bottom, view sheds from designated federal and North Carolina scenic byways. And I wanted to point those out because, again, we're getting into very specific requirements. It's not simply about open space, it's about open space coming within these categories. Now, at least 80% of that space has to fall here. If you can't get the full 100%, then there is a fallback to what are called secondary conservation areas. Standards are a little less stringent. And then finally, there is one more for other open space. Go ahead and bring up the next, and then go ahead forward. Because this is what I want to talk about a little bit more. Now, on the left, what you have are the requirements, the purposes listed in 6.24A. And on the right, you have a map. And on that map, planning has provided me a map of Durham County. Now, the yellow are the rural or the residential rural area. And on it, they have noted, first in orange, the 2 North Carolina scenic byways in our county. The purple blocks are historic sites. The blue includes flood zones. The green are existing greenways, and there is a green dotted lines for proposed trails and green solid lines for existing trails. Now, when you look within the residential rural areas, you'll notice very few of these things occur together. In fact, essentially what happens is if you accept the opponent's argument that these purposes are mandatory, what they have done is said, you cannot approve a conservation subdivision, and that is the intent of the language. Now, in the law, there is a doctrine. There's a lot of doctrines about constructing and interpreting ordinances and statutes, but one is this. If you interpret an ordinance in a way that completely undermines the intent of the ordinance, that's an absurd result. And that is the doctrine, absurdity. But that's what we have in the current litigation, that basically conservation subdivisions cannot be approved and should not. Now, for that reason, the planning staff came up with a proposed amendment. And what that amendment will do is basically clarify the intent and the interpretation and application of 6.24 as they have applied it for the last 17 years. Which is to say that 6.24a, the purpose section, the vague general statements of the things that they hope will accomplish and the potential collateral effects and benefits of conservation subdivisions are here. But obviously the specifics of what must be done to qualify as a conservation subdivision are in 6.24h. Now, for that reason, and if you'll go ahead to the next, the amendments here are being proposed, and they are very simple. To change that first line to say the conservation subdivision standards are established for the following purposes. Number 9 about street designs is coming out because it has no relevance. And then also in number 11, striking the word "and," because they felt that that helped pull it all together and require and mandate all elements must be met. And then in the next slide, you'll see an amendment to 6.24b. And again, just to remove the language referring to the purpose section. Now, that is the proposal and the amendment to clarify the intent and application of 6.24 conservation subdivisions. That's the way it's been interpreted for many years. It's been applied for many years. And it's really just about preserving the status quo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience? Did anyone sign up? All right, we have Donna Stanbeck. It's the rules. I stated the rules at the beginning, 2 minutes each, so they still stand. So Donna, you're up first. Okay, but it's still 2 minutes each. Yeah. Okay. You can get in line, but you still have to state your name and your address. It's still 2 minutes each.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name's Robin Barefoot. I live at Johnson Mill Road in Durham, North Carolina, and Mr. Massey did a fine job litigating before this tribunal, making opening arguments. I'm also a lawyer, but I don't practice law. I work for a foundation, and I'd love to have more than 2 minutes. And I appreciate that the timer hasn't started, so maybe I'll get it. I brought a visual image, which I'll speak to in a moment, but I'll leave it there so you can stare at it. The ordinance that is at issue here needs to be fixed, and it is preserving a status quo that is deplorable. The ordinance was intended to conserve land and preserve history and culture, and there's legislative history that my colleague, also a lawyer, will be telling you has made it very clear that previous councilmen and commissioners have been very explicit about how they intended this to be a very rigorous standard. Unfortunately, the interpretation of the planning department has diluted this over time tremendously, to the point that forests have been clear cut. These are all conservation subdivisions in southeast Durham. There are no trees, left to right, top to bottom. And the loss of forests to developers who monetize those forests is quantifiable and has economic implications. Forgetting about oxygen and mitigating pollutants and sequestering carbon, it also purifies water so that we have clean drinking water to the tune of millions of gallons in the state of North Carolina. Our outdoor recreation in North Carolina brings in more money than financial services and the insurance industries. The City Council has been very short-sighted by approving this kind of ruination near Falls Lake, which could instead have been amplified for recreational dollars and jobs and wages. This amendment conforms the ordinance to a very diluted interpretation. These are not minor amendments. It eviscerates the entire purpose of the ordinance and lays open vital habitat corridors. You should vote against this amendment. If the language of the ordinance is poorly written, then it needs to be fixed when the UDO is revised, not by this amendment.
Thank you.
Much. And I'll just leave this on. I fundraised for it, and I also did some campaigning.
Is Donna, so you all did not sign up in the way that you're going to speak, basically?
Yeah.
Then if you could please line up so we can get this done expeditiously, that would be great. And state your name and your address, please.
No, I was just getting this.
Okay. My name is Donna Steinbeck, and my address is 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, and I'm a lifelong resident of Durham. The intent of this conservation subdivision text amendment is to change the wording that caused the lawsuits and the issues during meetings like we've had in city council over. It just wasn't in the county, it was occurring in the city with annexations. What initially sounds good on paper might not have the benefits that one would expect. Like example number 5 or actually purpose number 5, to reduce erosion and sedimentation by minimizing land disturbance and removal of vegetation in residential development. Sometimes this cannot be developed, and so we end up with a lot size that actually decreases, and that's what we've seen in size. And when we speak about lot sizes, we run into issues. The changes lessening the environmental requirements, leaving bad examples to be extracted from the requirements. Even the 50% open space environmental acreage is being watered down by existing buffers, substitutions, creeks, floodplains, and slope. It can also be bundled and how the developers can buy a large piece of land and bundle it into projects. What is the maximum lot size for a conservation subdivision in protected or critical watersheds? That's a key question.
Thank you. If you could wait so she can start the,
Okay, sure.
yep, that would be great. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Jacob Freeman, and my address is on file, and I'm a Wake County resident. So tonight I'm talking about the development of the watershed of Wake County versus Durham County and differences in how the counties view development. So these are concerns that I have as a resident of Wake County and the Falls Lake watershed. As you can see from this slide, the critical watershed line for Wake County is a ½ a mile, and for Durham County, it's 1 mile from full pool of Falls Lake, and both are about 5 miles from elevation 251.5 for the protected watershed. Looking at this information at first glance, you might say, well, Durham's more stringent than Wake, but looking within protected watershed area and what's allowed, you'll see differences. Wake County requirements around Falls Lake and the R40W zoning have a lower impervious surface maximum and a higher minimum lot size per dwelling. Both requirements result in lower density development of the protected watershed areas within Falls Lake within Wake County, and even larger requirements for minimum lot size in the critical watershed. Minimum lot size is important because that's the minimum lot size per dwelling in the protected watershed, not an overall average of dwelling units per acre in development. Each with its own impervious requirement. This leads to dispersed impervious surface and more opportunity for water to soak into the land instead of concentrated areas of impervious surface. A large portion of the drainage basin for Falls Lake is within Durham. Therefore, it's Durham's job to work to protect Wake County's drinking water supply with its actions by limiting high-density development in the protected watershed. When looking at Lake Mickey and the Little River Reservoir, it's very interesting to me how restrictive requirements are around these reservoirs, which have very large watershed areas. Almost the entire part of northern Durham County is an MLRB or MLRA watershed that includes Mickey and Lake Mickey and Little River Reservoir. The entirety of this area, according to what I read, has a minimum lot size of 3 acres, which is quite a bit different from the southeastern part of the county near Falls Lake. We'd request that Durham have restrictions to development that respect the Falls Lake watershed in the same way Wake County does for their drinking water supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. My address is on record. I would like to oppose this change until we have a better understanding of what a conservation subdivision really is. I would like you to look at this picture. You see, this is a conservation subdivision, 58 acres. The disturbed area was 28 acres, 50%. As you can see, all the disturbed acres is on one side. Based on the planning density residential way of calculating the units per acre, this site is 1.99 units per acre, which is confusing to most citizens. This is not transparent to most citizens. One would think that it's a ½ an acres or greater than 21,000 square feet. However, floodway is 1/2 of the total 56 acres, so it can be built on. So the disturbed land is for the build of the homes, roads, sidewalks, easement, basins, is 28 acres left. You would think 112 divided by 28 acres is 3.9 acres, and one would think that you'd have around 11,000 square feet. However, these lots that you can see on here range from 2,000 square feet for townhomes to 6,000 for single-family homes. There is no conservation within this entire disturbed area, no tree canopy. I would like to see a better designation of units per acre, and it's made transparent to a normal citizen so that they know that they're getting homes 2,000 square feet next to them instead of having a PRD of 1.99. I'm asking you to hold off in approving this until we get better explanations, and we definitely need number 5 and 11. Number 5 is erosion control. As you'll see, Pam will show you, erosion control. There's no innovative erosion control being done at this time. It is running off the land and destroying our creeks and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let
me use that one.
There.
Let me use the previous one.
Oh, you want to use mine? Okay.
I'm going to start out with hers. I'm Rebecca Freeman, and my address is on file, and I'm a lifelong resident of Durham County. Shouldn't our conservation subdivisions be providing strategic plans to mitigate heat island impacts? As you'll notice here on this particular schematic here, all this right in here that has been bulldozed and flattened and blasted, and all the trees taken from it is just plain streets, rooftops and so forth. It is a heat island. That's what we call a heat island. And that's what you're seeing in the city. There's an urban growth, forestry program in the city to eliminate heat islands. And you go out into the county in these newly annexed areas and have conservation subdivisions, we're not getting any trees among the little, among the houses that may be little saplings that are maybe 1 or 2 little inches. They cut out all the trees. And in 1 week, they cut out 2 tractor trailer loads of trees, and they're trying to plant 1,500 trees in the city, and the city outside the newly annexed areas is treated like a stepchild. They can take down 1,500 trees in less than a week. Let me get them out. I will also want to, here's one, an existing tree canopy here is, the darker you go, the more tree canopy there is, and if you notice over here in the surface temperature Fahrenheit, in the areas where there is little tree canopy, it is red. It's 84 to 90 degrees. And you often see that in the cities, but it's coming out to the county now. We're having heat islands out there, and it's going to be the same as in the city. More land has been disturbed since this aerial was taken in 2018, and the red is the grading of Findle Farms, and you have Del Webb, Findle Farms, and many more developments out there now that have just completely void of trees. The trees are off into the areas where there is creeks, and they are needed for buffers, and that's counted as a tree preservation. There's not one except little saplings that are replaced trees in the midst of homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Pamela Andrews, Wake Forest Highway. When you think about the word conserve, you think about protect. Something especially an environmentally or culturally important place or thing from harm or destruction. I looked up the definition, that's what it says. We want to promote environmentally sensitive use of land, which is one of the first components of this document as it is. But you look at this, I was out here today, and I've taken almost every city council and almost every county commissioner to that exact site where they blasted on the property line 25 feet down on these people. I had a gentleman out there this afternoon on that property line. It is absolutely a travesty. Every single person that comes out there is blown away. Mr. Young has been out there and seen it. Sarah Shigaris is here. She's been out there and seen it. This brick wall here, if you look out, the only reason you see trees in the background is because that is the floodplain. They cannot touch the floodplain. Every tree was removed from this parcel. Not one tree was preserved. And what will be placed back there when the houses are finished? One little tiny sapling is all that's required. One little sapling. What are we doing to our environment, I ask you? Mature trees are only in the primary conservation area because the floodplain, they couldn't take them away. If they could, they would have. 28 acres, no mature trees left. There are other conservation subdivisions that look just like this along Doc Nichols Road. If you want to see it, I'll take you anytime. Lastly, amendments are needed to prevent erosion that's draining from these basins into this creek, which is a very short distance away. I watched today as bulldozers scooped up large amounts of sediment out of a retention pond, dumped it into a bulldozer to be hauled away. Conservation subdivisions should be to conserve and protect the environment. There's a reason the word shall was put in there, and I ask that you not approve this tonight. We are not conserving the trees, and we are not protecting our most precious waterways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop the clock. I've not started, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Thomas Freeman, lifelong Durham resident in what was beautiful rural Durham County, but no longer. I rise in protest. I rise in protest. I rise in protest to the designation of a conservation subdivision. What a hypocrisy. Today, with another colleague of Preserve Rural Durham, we visited sites in what was beautiful rural Durham County. Took this individual to these sites. You should know them. You approved them, some of them. He was absolutely blown away, like my colleague stated. And this is the same route that we took other individuals to. Mayor O'Neill, Board of County Commissioners, Chair Brenda Howerton, Wendy Jacobs, Namashina Burns, and most notable, those invitations that we extended to the Durham City Council, never in attendance. Leonardo Williams, Jillian Johnson, Mr. Middleton, and Ms. Caballero. They never took the opportunity to go and see what's going on in rural Durham County. Excuse me, it's a city of Durham now. To observe these conservation subdivisions, I would ask you to visit Doc Nichols Road and Olive Branch and Triple Crown at 98 and Kemp Road. This is an embarrassment to you on this panel. It is an embarrassment to this city. It is an embarrassment to this county. And it is an embarrassment to the Durham City County Planning Department. It is a travesty and solely a marketing tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just give one and we'll take it, yeah. Oops. If you could start, please. Thank you.
Katie Ross from Bahama. So I sent each of you, and I'm sorry because this was expedited and we didn't have much time, but I sent each of you a copy of the letter that summarized my presentation to the county commissioners when a similar, basically the same proposition was put before them as part of the Omnibus bill. They wisely withdrew it from their consideration that day, only to have it come back less than a month later now in this new guise of a separate proposal. What I have passed out is a legislative history that shows that the language that the Planning Department is now seeking to have removed from the Conservation Subdivision Ordinance was very intentionally put in there in an amendment back in 2008 to 2009. They were concerned because as the state had passed a law that said you have to put your standards for these developments very clearly in your ordinances. So they bolstered and specified that the purpose section was standards. They added that. They added the section that Mr. Massey is asking you to remove today, back in 2008. Their language was that they wanted to strengthen the conservation subdivision so that the purposes would have to be considered in any evaluation of an application for a conservation subdivision. Mr. Massey has presented that he wants you to remove that. Any amendment to the conservation subdivision should await the full revision of the UDO that is coming in the next couple of years so it can be considered with what you see here.
Thank you. Your time.
And how it fits in with other provisions of the UDO. And also, shouldn't be amending the language to comply with what the planning director has interpreted. She should be following the language, not vice versa. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the, in person that would like to speak? All right, we have Wanda Allen that is on Zoom.
Yes, this is Wanda Allen. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again for allowing me to speak tonight. Basically, I truly do not understand why this has been brought up again. The planning department has celebrated and announced that they developed a comprehensive plan and adopted it in 2023. This was a 4-year effort, and the planning department stated that they interviewed hundreds of community members. The county commissioners and the city council voted to adopt the plan. And the purpose of the plan clearly states the goal is to build an environmental and sound neighborhoods and communities. I don't understand why this is on the agenda again, because the goal from the Planning Commission and from the city is to build an environmental sound neighborhoods and community. If it's on the goal, if it's on the agenda tonight to relax the ordinance and ignore what the cities and elected officials have approved, then why did we spend 4 years engaging the city and the citizens to try to come up with a plan to protect our neighborhoods? I vote no against this until we have the chance to get the UDO in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? We have Scott Cooley. Go ahead, Mr. Cooley. You did. Is he talking? We can't hear him.
We have no response.
He did not respond? Okay. Mr. Cooley, you raised your hand. It's your last chance. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and give you want to respond to some?
Briefly, ma'am, Madam Chair. There's been a lot of talk about deferring action until the UDO rewrite, and that's been a frequent request. I want to make sure I cover something that's mentioned in the staff write-up. And you've also heard a lot about proposals for how Wake County does business, heat islands, erosion control, and things that should be adjusted. And those are exactly the things that need to be presented for consideration in the UDO rewrite. But on this ordinance, I want to make sure that everybody's clear on where things stand. The opponents challenging the interpretation and application of 6.24 lost their case. This ordinance, as written, is in effect. If somebody shows up tomorrow morning at planning requesting a conservation subdivision approval that meets the requirements of 624H, it will be approved. It has to be. That's an administrative decision. It's not a discretionary one. If it meets those requirements, it has to be approved. Now, the opponents want to have the ability to then file litigation challenging that decision. That's an unnecessary litigation. And the amendment preserves the status quo, permits the proper interpretation and application of the ordinance. For conservation subdivisions meeting the specific requirements of 624H. If the desire back in '08 was to make the purpose statements some binding requirement, they did a very poor job of it. Because these purposes in 624A are too vague to say things are promoted or encouraged. As you saw from the map, many of these things rarely occur within proximity together. So no conservation subdivision could be approved. The position of planning is that they do not want to encourage or have to engage in needless litigation while that UDO rewrite is ongoing. There have been many proposals made that probably have some merit and need to be fully evaluated, considered, and possibly incorporated. But denying this amendment doesn't accomplish that. I'm sorry. I appreciate the passion. I appreciate the frustration. But that's all I had. And I just wanted to make sure y'all understood the practical effect. Saying defer doesn't change anything. It just creates the potential for more problems and more litigation. Thank you.
Yeah, I closed the public hearing. All right, we are now open for commissioner discussion and questions. Commissioner Talbot.
Thank you. When is this UDO rewrite going to be done? And also, in reading the UDO, it's as clear as the mud in these images.
We agree. So the kickoff was, I believe, November 3rd? It was just last week, and it's slated to be an 18-month process between the technical Code Studio experts and the engagement.
Will ChatGPT speed that up? This is a joke. This is a joke. Can we joke up here?
Especially at this hour.
I do all the time.
All right.
Any other? Commissioner Johnson?
Dealing with regulations and law my whole life, I read shall as required. Notwithstanding the ambiguity of certain of those provisions, I grant you, but why have we not followed the letter of shall, which is not arbitrary? And I'm looking at one in particular: to reduce erosion and sedimentation by minimizing land disturbance and removal of vegetation to residential development. I mean, to me, that's not arbitrary. That's a lens that we bring to every development. So I have a question on the shall, but I also have a question for the audience. Of these 10, and I grant you for the roadway, I'd like to do it, but it doesn't fit. Are any of these 10 worth throwing out? Because I read some of them too, and I agree with the attorney that I'm scratching my head. So first of all, have we not been complying with the shall, notwithstanding the lawsuit?
Now, sir, let me say this. You talk about being new. I inherited this area in July. So I'm fairly new to it.
Welcome.
I'm fairly new to it myself. What I do know is that during the course of my representation, and as I've learned about the ongoing litigation, there have been 15 conservation subdivisions approved over the last 17 years. And review by staff is that none of them achieved or met all 12 of the identified purposes, because that's not the way they've interpreted that language. They've always looked at H, which are the very specific requirements of what constitutes a conservation subdivision. They've not interpreted 624A as being the binding language.
The word shall is shall. Now, I agree.
sorry?
The word shall is shall. And the ambiguity should have been addressed long ago that these are unenforceable provisions, to your point, and I got that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And that's why it's brought before you tonight.
Madam Chair, if I could ask the audience, just one person, are there specifics in this 10 that you think are required, notwithstanding the litigation, to conserve conservation space as it's intended? Please.
One person, please.
This is not my answer, but the developers get tremendous benefits from designating themselves as going for a conservation subdivision because they don't even have to put in a separate application or anything. They just designate themselves. I believe if you can see from that amendment, what I passed up in the legislative history was that the purposes were intended, just as you said, to be mandatory. Obviously, if some purpose couldn't be met, but otherwise it was a great project, a variance or an exception could be applied for. But what has happened is that the approvals are made administratively. They don't come before you. They don't go before any elected body. They're by right.
It may not be my place to interrupt. I asked a very specific
so you want to know
concerning the 10 items, which ones fall out, because I agree with the attorney, some of them are unenforceable. So have you looked at the 10 and you'd say these should still be shall? It's just a simple question I have.
Well, shall is part of it is that if it shall forward those purposes. They shall forward those purposes. But this is important, though, sir, that the planning department, and specifically the current planning director, has interpreted the statute that none of the purposes are required. And they want to basically render that useless surplusage and only look at the open space requirements of H. And that is what the amendment, that the 2008 amendment that I passed you up, that was very intentional, address. They wanted the purposes.
And I'm going to have to
also be mandatory.
Conversation off.
Thank you.
Thank you. 'Cause that's speculation on someone else's actions. Do you have any other? You done? Anybody else have any questions? Discussion.
Madam Chair, I would
Mr.
just
Valentine.
like to put some weight behind my fellow colleague here on the dais, Mr. Johnson. And the word shall has a very specific meaning in law, and I don't think the fact that the drafters poorly put the provisions together eliminates the word shall. And so it's not that I'm opposed to the very eloquent presentation by Attorney Massey, but I think we should give some weight to the word shall and the magnitude of that word as it relates to this specific provision here.
Yes. Commissioner Vogel.
I apologize if, by being new, if I don't understand. So I agree that that shall is important, but I also recognize that some sites do not have archaeological significance, and so you cannot comply with that. So is there a way to amend it that says, if applicable to this site, like keeping the shall, but then within the body, if there's an archaeological site, space in this site, that then this will apply? Or if there's farmland, right? There's a bunch of different things.
There's a lot of ways to amend it. But And that's something to consider with the UDO rewrite. The word shall is in there currently, but it makes an absolute mess of interpretation and application. That's why I said you would yield an absurd result. And that's why we want to take it out for right now. Because the position of the opponents in the litigation is that everything must be met, all 12. Full stop, no ifs, ands, or buts. No exception, because getting into whether or not something is present or not adds language and provides a variance that's not permitted. And to the extent people are saying that it has been cast, the purpose has been cast aside for 624H, 624H contains the definitions and the specifics of several of the things vaguely and generally mentioned in 624A. And of course, those of you who practice law and interpret regulations also know another rule of construction. The specific controls over the general. And that's where 624A talks about scenic views and 624H talks about designated federal and state byways, the byways control. Where 624A talks about woodlands, but 624H talks about woodlands of at least, was it 1 or 5 acres? And healthy hardwood trees of at least 10 inches diameter, constituting 50% of that. Where 624A talks about slopes, 624H talks about 5,000 square foot slopes of at least 25 degrees. So to say that that the planning department has just thrown out 624A in favor of 624H ignores the fact that 624H are the specific requirements.
Madam Chairman, just briefly, not to counter you, sir, but to my colleague's question, there are always exclusions, even under shall, based on exceptions that can be justified, as I've done many times before. So I hear what you're saying, but the argument is, yes, you could on a case-by-case basis if it's in a non-applicable.
Yes, sir. But again, that's why the proposed amendment is before you tonight.
Yeah. Anyone else? Commissioner Young.
I don't practice law. I'm much simpler than that. What I feel is you versus them. And I think we could all agree that we would want to hold ourselves to a higher standard regardless. So 3 months ago, we voted on Wake Forest Highway unanimously not to let it pass because of the waterway issues, everything else. I want to make sure I understand, if we say no to this, applications still come in, but they face possible litigation. If we say yes to this, applications come in. For the next 2 years, we get what we have been getting with this, just like it has been.
If you say no and the governing bodies agree with you, then when an application comes in, it will be approved and potentially litigated. If you say you recommend approval and the governing bodies agree with you, then conservation subdivisions will be approved as they have. Now, whether you will get the horror stories that have been paraded, I don't know how all 15 of those turned out. I know that there are some that people are intensely focused on right now, but whether that's true of all of them, I cannot answer, sir.
Right. I think we just don't.
And I always worry about people getting so focused on that one example or two examples.
Sure, and I've seen a few of the examples, and they do look that bad.
Okay.
I just don't think anyone wants more of the same thing, is the basis.
Regardless, we got it. Regardless, we have to wait 2 years till UDO is done.
Yeah.
Either way we vote, UDO is not going to be done for 2 years.
Thank you. Just following up on Commissioner Young's point, I think he said the crux of the matter, and that is that something that probably everyone who's been participating tonight understands is that there's a problem with the way the ordinance for this particular section is written. There are different interpretations as to how to fix it. What I would encourage staff to do and our elected officials to also embrace is the need to really address this more quickly than the UDO rewrite, not to defer fixing the larger issues. And, the one that immediately comes to mind just in terms of a way to better align future conservation subdivisions with what I describe, not being an attorney, as the intent, which is this preamble, this first section. Even though it's labeled purpose and has the word shall, it's really, to me, those are more intent statements, and it's not that each district, as I interpret it, or would interpret it, it's not that each project being developed under the conservation subdivision meets each one of these things, but rather that the provision that this whole section has is to ideally achieve these purposes in the ultimate type of projects that are built. And so to me, the way in which the base density is calculated and including stream buffers and other things that aren't typically calculated in density, that's one real impactful way to alter kind of the footprint of the examples that I think we've seen in the presentation tonight. That's just one potential idea. That said, I think what's clear is the choice we have is, do we clarify this in the short term relative to the litigation scenarios, which I'm not interested in being part of the circumstances that open the doors for more litigation. I'd rather cut that off and then concurrently address the ordinance prior to the UDO rewrite in ways that we can't. So, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other discussion? Are we ready to move this case forward? May I have a motion to move this case forward?
Chair, as it relates to case text amendment TC 230005, Conservation Subdivisions, text amendment, I make a recommendation that we move this text amendment forward with a favorable recommendation to both City Council and the County Board of County Commissioners.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cutright and seconded by Commissioner Gorham to move text amendment 230005, Conservation Subdivisions, forward with a favorable recommendation to both the City Council and the Board of County Commissioners. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Chair Cameron.
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright.
Yes.
Commissioner Graves-Mans.
Yes.
Commissioner Durham.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Cease.
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine.
No.
Commissioner Woke.
No.
Commissioner Young.
No.
Motion carries 5-4.
Thank you. All right, is there any old business? No old business? No new business?
Yes, staff just wants to remind everyone that December you have off. So
The what?
there is no December Planning Commission. Happy holidays. Enjoy your month off.
We are adjourned.
sorry I didn't answer your question.